Welcome back to my little corner of YouTube. My name is Lindsey Pogue, and you are about to embark on part 2 of Earth and Ember. Yes, I said part 2 because there are 3 parts to this audiobook, so if you have not listened to part 1, please, I implore you, look at the links below and go back to part 1 of Luke and Kaia's story. I promise you, you won't regret it. Okay, so this is part 2. Things are getting nitty and gritty, and I can't wait for you to see where this is going. So I'm not going to say anything more. I will see you on the other side. Happy listening.
Chapter 19. Kaia. A tinge of manure lingers in the air, and the murmur of cows in the field becomes a sort of lullaby as we sit, stomachs sated in the shade of the house. We had our supper outside while the Sochos ate indoors, though I don't think Scarlet knew what to do with herself. Surely you can't eat on the porch, but we did. The house was too suffocating. Taller than it was wide, with narrow rooms that herded us like sheep in a pasture, almost too small for us to move. Being outside with the breeze and setting sun put us more at ease, even if it was uncomfortably warm. The food, however, was delicious. Fresh, warm bread, even better than the biscuits the Socho had carried with him. Tender meat that fell apart in my mouth, a savory, thick sauce poured over the top of it. It was like nothing I'd ever tasted before. When it was gone and the men were still hungry, Scarlet brought out cold meats and cheese, different than that made from the goats back home, but we ate that happily as well. We should take prisoners more often, Tarek jokes. We share a sidelong look, but say nothing else about it. The horde of Sochos standing around, openly glaring at us, has been sent down the hill to wait for nightfall at least. And now that Scarlet leaves us to ourselves, no longer fussing, we wait in a comfortable silence for the sun to set. I glance at a few Sochos lingering on the side of the house, keeping a watchful eye on us, but we aren't going anywhere. Exhaustion and full bellies have seen to that. I watch the sky turn pink and wonder if the men live on the farm, or if they only stay here sometimes. They have a shelter of their own I hadn't noticed at first, a structure behind the barn. I imagine it keeps them safe when the storms come. "What do you call this?" Tarek asks, amusement filling his voice. I peer back at him, lifting an eyebrow. He rocks back and forth in a wooden chair. "What's it look like?" I deadpan, and his smile only widens. "But why do you think they use it like this? Is it a game?" He rocks with more fervor. Though Tarek smiles easily, I know he worries about Tate back home, wondering as much as I am if he's recovering. I see it in his thoughtful moments when he believes no one is looking. "Doubtful," I mutter, watching him a moment. His eyebrows lift under my scrutiny, but I say nothing, knowing he would prefer it that way, and peer out at the scorched, dry earth beyond the farmhouse instead, in the direction Luke and Elon headed. Having both of them out of my sight unnerves me, but I know there is nothing I can do about it. Even though I feel I can trust some of what the Socho says, I worry that being home will make him forget about his friend back on the mountain. Luke could be plotting some mischief right now, and I would be ignorant of it. My only reassurance is that while Elon might be silent, he is also cunning, strong, and has gotten away from the Sochos before. He could do it again if he had to. I feel a pair of eyes on us from one of the windows, but pretend not to notice. "Where do you think the Socho took Elon?" Tarek asks as he relinquishes the rocking chair for a seat on the porch step beside me. He pulls his sharpening stone from his bag and picks up his axe, small but sharp, and molded perfectly to fit his hand and throwing style. He looks at me with exhausted eyes and sweat on his brow that drips down his temple. The Socho didn't take him anywhere. I wanted Elon to go. There's a difference. I meet Pele's gaze, the only other warrior still awake while the others nap in the shade behind us. They went to speak with the leaders. Tarek and Pele look worrisome, and 100 questions light their eyes. All we can do is wait and see, and be prepared if need be, I tell them. I don't remind them that we still have the healer at the village, should something go wrong, because I don't know if that even matters anymore. Besides, I add, you have full bellies and are better rested. It would be foolish to nurture your enemies, if that's how they see us still. Unless it's a distraction. I meet Pele's gaze, then look quickly away. I know why Akima sent him along with us. He is just as distrusting and severe as Akima himself. I don't tell them that I trust these people, perhaps more than I should. I've already put us in danger by coming to the Sosho's village. Why do you hide inside? I say, loud enough for the young Sosho to hear from the window. The door flings open. I'm not hiding, he grumbles. I'm watching you. While I expected such animosity from the Soshos, I hadn't expected it from a child. And what do you find? I ask, curious. Toby doesn't respond. Instead, he steps closer and nods to the glistening edge of the sandstone blade in Tarek's hand. That's the smallest axe I've ever seen. Half the size of my paws. Tarek glances at the boy and cracks a smile. I know Tarek well enough to comprehend his amusement in the boy's challenging gaze. This one is for skinning, he says slowly, leaving Toby's mind to wander. I glare at Tarek, trying not to smile at the mischievous gleam in his eyes. The boy's stare hardens and he straightens a little. Skinnin' what? Having grown up the descendant of a Sosho, Tarek looks the most like them. All of his family speaks English well, and some are teachers and storytellers, making them very important among our people. And the perpetual state of amusement in Tarek's eyes is predictable. So I'm convinced he's going to say it's for skinning curious little boys when they misbehave or some nonsense, when finally he relents. It's for skinning animals. His eyebrow raises slightly as Toby looks at him, uncertain. You thought it was for something else? Tarek asks, and the corner of his mouth twitches. And I use it for throwing and cutting when I need to. What do the snakes mean? Slowly, Tarek offers the tomahawk to Toby for inspection. The boy is hesitant at first, then touches the carved shoulder of the axe. The ass-cook is the symbol of our people. He lets the boy trace the coiled snake with his fingertip. Why? 'Cause they're dangerous vipers? Toby says curtly. Frowning, Tarek shakes his head and turns to face the boy fully. No. Here we go, Pele mutters and leans his head back against the side of the house to rest with the others. You are only a child, Tarek says. What do you know of the ass-cook? I know enough, Toby quips, squaring his shoulders. And I ain't a child. I smile to myself and pull one of my arrows from my quiver, running my finger over the sharpened tip to ensure it's not dull. I move on to the next one and continue to listen. A boy was bitten by a rattler underneath one of the water towers and died, Toby explains hotly. They are venomous and there ain't no cure. Tarek looks at me, his face contorted in confusion. Cure. I remember that word from the healer. Black snake root, I mutter. Tarek smiles in understanding, and I know exactly where his mind goes. An unfortunate dare he couldn't resist as a teenager. To steal one of Una's ceremonial ass-cooks. Tarek was bitten, of course, but the pain went away after a day or so, even if the sweet, stinking scent of the snake root lingered in our noses for a week. We don't have black snake root here, Toby says snidely, and he walks to the ledge of the porch on the other side of me. His legs are beat up and tanned beneath his short trousers. To our people, I start, the ass-cook is a great creature of wisdom and life. You fear him because he bites, but he only bites if he fears you. You must respect the ass-cook, not fear him. Toby crouches down, ignoring me as he stares at my arrows. I hand one to him. His eyes meet mine, shrewd and hard as stone at first, and I wonder what sort of life this boy has seen away from the safety of this farm. Whatever distrust and curiosity shines in his gaze, there is a lifetime of shadows in it as well. Toby runs his fingers over the feathers tied to my bow, lying on the porch between us. "I've never shot a bow and arrow before," he seems to realize aloud. "Do you not hunt?" I ask. Even I learned at a young age, though after what happened to my father, I was forced to keep to the snowy mountains. Toby shakes his head. "Nah," he glances around. "There's nothing to hunt." "There is always something to hunt," Tarek tells him. "Like people?" Toby says quietly, and peers over at him through long, brown lashes. Tarek and I both frown. "We do not hunt people," he snaps. Tarek's eyes meet mine. Why does he say these things? But he knows why, as much as I do. Taking a deep breath, I shake my head. "They have many stories," I tell him. "But you do kill people with it," Toby continues, lost in his own thoughts as he runs his finger along the bow grip. Despite his apprehension and dislike of us, the boy is honest, and his questions put me more at ease. The more questions he asks, the more he will understand instead of fearing or hating us. "We must defend ourselves," I explain. "But I have never killed a human, and I have not killed an animal with this one either," I realize, and think of Elon. "Because you're a girl?" I tilt my head, confounded, and when I notice Tarek's half-smile, I realize what the boy means. "No, because I am not a murderer, and it was a gift. I have not used it for hunting yet." The door opens, and the three of us look back to find Ashford putting his hat on top of his head. "You should be inside," he tells Toby. "Why?" The boy climbs to his feet. "What's the difference being out here or in there? They can kill us either way." "Because I asked you to," Ashford says with a sigh, and rubs his forehead. "Now get. We're heading out anyway." The boy watches me before reluctantly disappearing back into the house. I rise to my feet. "We leave then?" Ashford nods. "It's time to ready the horses." Chapter 20. Kaia. Only a soft glow shines beyond the horizon by the time we arrive in town. The sky is an inky blue, and cricket songs echo in the dawning night. It would be peaceful if my stomach wasn't in knots, and the scent of decay didn't waft through the breeze. A dozen riders surround us as we make our way through town. Despite my efforts to remind myself that they flank us to protect us, it's hard not to feel as though we are cattle being herded toward an ominous ending. One of the deputies eyes us closely, and his expression reads clear. We are enemies, and he does not trust us, no matter what Ashford says. It's the same look the Sosho had when we first found him, a look that haunts me sometimes when I close my eyes. Whatever stories they've been told about us run deep. But all of that fades away as shelters come into view, shadowed outlines illuminated by flickering flames that line both sides of the road. Most are tall and cramped together, and some wink in the dying light, like the Mason's farm, protected in metal, unlike anything we have in our village. Some of the shelters are near crumbling along the pathways, weaving and stretching on both sides as far as I can see. Light within some of the shelters gleams, and a dog yips somewhere in the distance, but I can barely hear it over our horses' clacking footsteps. Men and women walk the darkened streets, but there aren't many. Those already outside stop in their tracks, and one woman with a purple dress gawks at us from a doorway, hands on her hips. She's a shimmering beacon in the flickering firelight. For her to wear such a sacred color, like a brand of honor, intrigues me. Her dark hair curls down her back, and after her eyes meet mine, she turns and walks inside, where a strange sort of music plays, and men's laughter reaches my ears. "I do not like this," Pele says, eyeing the riders flanking us. "They did not remove our weapons," Tarek points out, and I wonder if, like me, he trusts the Soshos more than he probably should. Although Pele is not completely satisfied with this, his brow still furrowed and one hand resting on the grip of the pistol shoved in his waistband, his shoulders seem to ease a little. For the first time, I see us as the Soshos must see us. Pele is small, but he is well-honed and silent. His blunt features are tattooed with his greatest achievements, including the 3 circles on each side of his face, in honor of his 3 children. His father and brother were lost to the Soshos over the years, and it is why he will always hate them, even if he is willing to put it aside and seek peace for his people. Tarek is tall with narrow features, his tawny, braided hair and demeanor less menacing, though his easiness is misleading, for Tarek is our best marksman. His tattoos tell the story of his ancestors and represent his place among our people, as both a hunter and one day an elder, when his grandfather, Sakima, leaves this realm for the next, since there is no longer a matriarch in his family. Yancy and Alo are brothers, both thickly built and bearing battle wounds on their faces and arms that were inflicted by the Soshos over the years. They are the fastest of Akima's men, which is why they still live. And that they both have been so well behaved since our arrival does them credit. But the Soshos don't see the stories of who these men are, nor will they ever comprehend what it has cost us to come here. And the more I witness about this village, the more out of place I feel. Our strange clothes and markings, which the people gawk at with disbelieving expressions. For the first time, I wonder if the stories they tell about us, true or not, might be to our advantage. Fear, I have learned in the past few days, can be a powerful weapon, and one the Soshos have used against us for centuries. A weapon we are only now beginning to understand and wield. Once we're out of town, the road is much darker. The night is still, unlike the whipping wind up on the mountain, and cricket songs fill the air. The sky is cloudless and filled with winking stars, and my heart aches a little, remembering the last time I saw them. We walk through the iron gates, following a path lit by torchlight, leading toward a large house on the horizon. "That's the Cunningham estate," Ashford explains from the front. He peers back at Tarek, but his eyes linger on Pele and the other men. "You will all get your answers here, but..." He looks at me, then quickly at the others. "Clayton's family is likely home," he says, and it's not a warning so much as a silent request. "We will not hurt," Tarek starts, but I grab his arm to stop him, eyeing Ashford with as much indifference and stoicism as I can manage. I have a feeling that the less accommodating we seem, the better off we'll be. "We come for peace. It is up to you what happens once we are inside. But though I say it easily, inside I am relieved. If the family is in the home, they would not likely plan something that would risk getting their loved ones killed." Finally, we reach the large, looming home. It's in the middle of nowhere, and save for a few smaller structures and sporadic mesquite trees and shrubs around it, the landscape is much like the valley floor, with little but dried earth that dusts up between our horses' hooves. The door to the house opens before we can dismount or decide how to proceed. A tall man, younger than Ashford, steps out onto the porch and runs his fingers through his light-colored hair. His stature is similar to Luke's, though his appearance is a bit more refined. And fleetingly, I wonder if Luke will be here. I'm not sure if this man is Clayton until I see Elon step out behind him, alongside a woman with dark hair curled on top of her head. She says something to Elon and he nods, but his eyes remain on me. A relief only I can detect fills them. We are kinsmen after all, even if it's not by blood. Elon is unscathed and straight-faced as ever, and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding, seeing he is safe. The woman steps past him and walks down a couple of steps to take the other man's hand. The leader's. Clayton seems apprehensive but confident, though not as threatening as Luke is at times. "Welcome," he says, but he doesn't seem to notice his riders that surround us, only Tarek and me, and the rest of us from the mountain. "Thank you for coming. I'm Clayton." His eyes sweep over me, lingering on my tattooed chest, but he refrains from looking overly shocked by the sight of me. When Luke steps outside, I register him instantly, strangely relieved to see him. His eyes meet mine in the torchlight, and he shoves his hands in his pockets as he lingers by the door. I glance at Clayton in time to see him exchange a look with Ashford that I can't interpret. "Please," the woman says, her eyes shifting over me. "Come inside." Her voice is tentative but poised at the same time, and I appreciate how she breaks the thick silence. Her eyes also linger on my tattoos for a few seconds longer than they should, but I don't take offense. Instead, I use the time to study her as well. Her clothes are several shades of green and brown with intricate buttons, and sewing so delicate, it looks as if magic conjured it. "My men stay outside," I tell her. "They will keep watch." It's not a threat so much as a warning, and the woman nods. "Of course, if you wish." She waves for us to follow her in, and with a glance back at Pele, Yancey, and Alo, Tarek and I follow Ashford up the steps toward the door. Luke waits for us to pass him, and I notice his clean-shaven jaw and fresh clothes. He starts down the steps toward the rest of the riders. I turn. "Where are you going?" I ask without thought. Luke's gaze shifts over me as if he's uncertain what to say. Then he nods to Rain, who is being led over to him by a young man. "I have some things to attend to," he says, and I realize how different he is when he's clean. Like he's another person entirely. Now that Luke has followed through with his end of the bargain, he's leaving. I want to ask him if he will return, but I tell myself it doesn't matter, and I turn for the door. "Kaia," he says on a breath, the exhaustion thick in his voice. I stop in the doorway. "You can trust Miss Mason more than any of them." It's a reassurance I hadn't expected from Luke, and I'm grateful for it. With a quick nod, I step inside, wondering if I'll ever see him again. "This boy will see to your horses," Luke tells the men. "You will—" The door shuts with a clatter, startling me, and I glance over my shoulder as a short man with beady eyes smooths his hands over the front of his shirt before he goes about his business, passing Elon, who stands there watching me. I don't know what Elon's displeased about, but I see it clearly on his face. It's the house itself, though, that steals my attention. It's 10 times the size of the one at the farm. It's not as claustrophobic, but the colors and grandeur of it are still overwhelming. I peer at the wooden stairs that lead to a second level, and up at the high, angled rooftop. There's an unfamiliar scent in the air that's bitter and sweet at the same time, but my curiosity is forgotten when my eyes linger on a familiar tapestry hanging on the wall. Quayo and Hun and Mana are woven on it, and the blood in my veins begins to burn. "In here," the woman says when she finds Elon and me still standing in the entry. Tearing my gaze from the tapestry, I move to follow her, only to freeze again when my eyes lock on a white and gray fur cape hanging from a pole with other garments. It's made of fox fur, and I can tell it's Lena's father's handiwork from the way the back end tapers off more like a tail, in honor of the creatures who gave their lives as sustenance to save our own. I exchange a knowing look with Elon, the rage I'd almost forgotten about bubbling back up to the surface in warning. They might want peace, but they have not earned it. As I follow Elon inside the room, I try not to think about which of our friends they killed in order to claim the furs, and my mood shifts from uneasy to indignant. "Sent them into town, not to worry," Clayton says, and I look to where he stands with Ashford. "Luke's gone to check on them, then to see June." "Good," Ashford says. "June's gotten a bit worse since you left." I want to question what they speak of, but the woman walks across the room and opens 2 glass doors, allowing in the night air, and I breathe a bit more easily in the confined space. "A little fresh air," she explains, her eyes meeting mine. Whether she somehow felt my discomfort or is preventing her own, I'm not sure. But cautiously, she walks over to me. "I'm Jo," she says. "You're not Miss Mason?" I ask, confused. She smiles. "Yes, but I prefer to be called Jo." "Jo," I repeat, committing it to memory with the other names. "You are Kaia, yes?" She looks at Elon fleetingly. "Your friend has only told us a little about you." I nod, too busy taking in the room. It gleams in the flickering candlelight. Elon stands beside me while Ashford and Clayton pour themselves a clear, amber drink. "And as you probably already know," Jo continues, "Clayton is the new marshal of Sagebrush. He's the reason we wanted to find you, to make peace." "I don't know if that's true," Clayton mutters, and when he feels all sets of eyes on him, he explains. "Jo's the one who discovered what was going on under my father's leadership. She's the reason we were trying to find you." There's an uncertainty in Clayton's voice, like he feels inadequate despite his leadership. "What matters is," Jo continues, with a confidence about her that commands the room, "you are here, and now we can begin to speak of peace." Her voice has a slow rhythm I appreciate. It feels strong and genuine. It's more serious than Clayton's, but then she's the one who is really in charge, the one who meets my gaze with interest and sincerity. "You need water," I say, reminding them I know the purpose of their peace. "That is why we are here." I look between Jo and Clayton, then at Ashford, who has truth in his eyes when he speaks. "You have hunted my people for generations," I remind them, and I point to the entry. "You boast our furs like they are yours, like you did not steal them from our dead, from our innocent dead. Now you need something and wish for peace," I say coolly. I want them all to know that I have not forgotten why we've come. Even if their food and green fields are coaxing, their spoils of war drip from the walls of this place. That is why you seek us. Jo straightens and clasps her hands in front of her. "You're right. We need water. And I don't know where half of the items filling this house came from, or who they were taken from." She sighs deeply and fingers the bright red and gold fabric that hangs around the window. "But you know we cannot undo the past. We can only work to change the future. We're asking if you are willing to help us right the wrongs of the people before us." She gestures to a chair that is a plush red and unlike anything I've ever seen. "Please, won't you sit so we can talk? I know you all must be exhausted, and you have come a very long way." I take my seat on the fancy chair, appreciating its comfort, but not enough to forget why I'm here. Their luxuries only remind me of all that they have and all that they've done to secure it for generations. Clayton offers Elon a drink, which he refuses, then offers me one. Though I am intrigued by it, I shake my head, refusing another distraction. Clayton seems to assume as much, and he sets it on the table, then sits down in the seat across from me. "As I was telling your man, Elon here, things are complicated in Sagebrush. You must understand." He searches for the right words to say, then looks at Jo before he finally continues. "We have been raised in fear and taught to hate you. I'm not saying it's right, but it's the truth and the reason things have gotten so out of hand." I watch Clayton closely. While I understand his words, it seems impossible for things to change so easily. Yet you believe peace is possible now? I clarify and shake my head. You wish it to change, and everyone will accept this? How so? Joe looks at me. Because it has to be possible for us to survive. And we know the truth now. I stare at her and wait for her to continue. There is much to explain, Joe says quickly. But where are my manners? You must be starving. What about some food? Shall I? I shake my head. We've eaten, I explain. At the farm. Her eyes widen. Oh, yes. I guess Scarlet would have fed you. Joe sighs. She's my sister, you know. Always a better hostess than me. As she rambles, I see the resemblance between her and the scarlet-haired woman. They both have narrowed features, though Joe is tanner, and rougher around the edges than her lithe counterpart. Do you have sisters? She asks. Any brothers? No, I answer briskly, running out of patience. I am the last of my family. Joe's green eyes widen a little, and in the flickering candlelight, I see flecks of brown and gold in them. Her gaze shifts to Clayton. He shakes his head and rubs his hands over his eyes, rimmed with red and shadowed with dark circles. I want to understand what has changed, I tell them again. The water, yes, but you all say it is complicated, so I have come here to understand. Well, my darling, Joe says, looking to Clayton. Perhaps you should be the one to explain. Clayton shakes his head, not displeased, but perhaps wearied, and throws a log onto the fire. A fire. It is not cold in here. They need no fires to keep warm. It is only a comfort for them, and yet the desert floor has been chopped to nothing. Clayton glances at Elon, standing against the wall with arms crossed over his chest as he assesses the room. Would you finally sit? Clayton says. You're making me uncomfortable. I nod for Elon to come join us as Ashford pulls over another chair. I've never done this before, Clayton starts once everyone is settled. But I'm not sure if he's telling me or if he's simply saying it under his breath. I've only been doing this job since my father died 2 weeks ago. We've only just learned how bad things have gotten for the town. You've been ghost stories to us, kept on the fringe of our settlement, while our deputies have been described as knights in shining armor, protecting us from evil we only knew of but never saw for ourselves. Until now, we didn't even know who you really were. I frown. That seems impossible given how many of my people have died at their hands. If it weren't for Joe, we might still not have known, he continues. And only since talking to Luke and Elon do we fully understand how sinister things have truly been. I watch Joe, expecting her to explain this sudden understanding they seem to have found. I saw a man and a woman by the stream one day. It was just before the old marshal died, before everything changed. They were wearing furs, clothes unlike any I'd ever seen, so naturally I was curious. Tiva and Cole, I breathe, knowing it was Cole's furs that Luke had brought to me. They'd stopped for water. Emotion tightens my chest to think of my cousin, here and alive only weeks ago. You killed them, I say, as it occurs to me I still don't know who was responsible. No, she says, her voice forceful. They weren't hurting anyone, and I knew they were in danger of being killed on the spot, so I told them to leave and never come back. And that's what they did. My jaw tightens. And yet they are dead. Yes, she says grimly. I thought they'd gone, and I was shocked to see them. After. The regret is bright on her face, but it does nothing to satisfy the hurt flaring to life inside me. I stand and walk to the open door leading to a porch outside. I lean against it, partially to steady myself as my heart aches and my mind spins. They bothered no one. Just like our hunters, our healers, our farmers. Just like my father. I bite out. And yet they are all dead. I can barely hold back the swell of hatred and sorrow. Look, Clayton sighs. I know we've done horrible things. You should hate us. I would. But Luke said you hide up in the mountain, that you would do anything to keep your people safe. Isn't peace worth the risk? I whip around to face him. Your Sosho does not know me, I tell them. He has seen what I wanted him to see, just as I know he has only told me what benefits him. I clench my jaw. Once you know where the water is, you could kill my people, and you know where our entire town is, Clayton grinds out. You could come here for us any time you want. So yes, trusting us is a risk, but you're here, which means you see the benefit of an alliance. He's right. Of course he is. But I'm not ready to tell him I have already had 6 days to process, and that I have made my decision, even if it pains me to trust them. A warm breeze brushes my face, and I inhale a deep breath. I have seen what you do to our dead, I tell them. My stomach coils and twists at the image of the naked bodies on the valley floor. Have you? I glance back at their contemplative faces, though none of them answer. I picture Tate's bloodied body, barely whole and on the brink of death in Lena's home, and realize I don't even know for certain if he is still alive. I'm not sure how long the sound of a crackling fire and the night songs fill the stretching silence, but I hear Ashford excuse himself from the room as I stare out at blackness. And after another moment, Jo walks up and rests her hand on the porch railing beside me. I'm sorry for all that's happened, she whispers, which nearly enrages me. Truly, we didn't know any of it. I spent my entire life hating the old marshal for my own reasons, so I never saw anything else beyond that. Maybe if I had, I would have put the pieces together sooner. I would have seen how truly terrible things were. That I am standing in a Sosho's home, so close our arms are almost touching, makes my hands shake, and I grip the railing tighter. What were your reasons, I ask, for hating the old leader? Jo's eyes round in the shadows, and there is a hesitance in her reply, but I need her to answer. I want to hear her truth, to make her feel as out of place as I do standing in this wretched house, with ignorant people who have ruined more lives than I can possibly count. There are many reasons I hated the Marshal, she says flatly, but he killed my mother when I was 9, and I hated him most of all for that. Her words surprise me, but it's what she doesn't say, the past that furrows her brow and thickens her voice, that I'm most curious about, though I don't press her. It's late, she says, clearing her throat. Why don't we forget this peace talk for the night and get some rest? We can talk more tomorrow. Jo turns to head back inside but stops short, looking at me. I want to show you something in the morning, she says. I think it might help you to understand.
Chapter 21. Luke. I pulled Tuck to a stop in front of June's new apartment, just outside the grunge and closer to downtown, closer to Doc Henderson. When Miss Mason told me she'd personally seen to June's move, I knew her condition must have been bad. At least this place looks better than the last, and it has metal siding to keep out the sandy winds. Inhaling the brisk late-night air, I creak her front door open. I expect to hear the shallow, raspy breaths of June sleeping, but I hear rasping of another sort. She's awake, and a single candle lights the living room where she sits, reading a book. "What are you doing up?" I whisper and step inside. It smells like fennel, and I see a tincture vial sitting on the side table beside June. "You should be sleeping." June's eyes narrow slightly. "Why?" she huffs. "Were you trying to sneak in and out without a hello or goodbye?" She stares at me with a lifted eyebrow, so expectant and June-like that the unease I've been grappling with since I left her in Sagebrush lifts a little. June and I might not be affectionate the way other families are, but we know each other better than we know ourselves. Seeing the guilt in my eyes, she lets it go. "Besides," she starts hoarsely, "that's all my old bones do is sleep. And I heard a rumor strange people came through town. Drifters, and what a sight they were," she adds glibly, repeating the prittle-prattle of her neighbors. "I figured you'd returned. Hoped as much, anyway." "So much for riding under the cloak of darkness," I mutter, and walk into the kitchen to pour June a glass of water. Even if I'm not sure she wants it, I know it helps ease the wheeze in her throat. Body aching with exhaustion, I walk over to her. "What else are people saying?" I ask. June takes the proffered glass and holds it in her lap, peering up at me with tired blue eyes. "That they look lethal, like I suppose all drifters would, and the people are frightened to have them here. You should have heard Mrs. Pelly when she came to see me this evening. In fact," June nods to the bread basket, "eat something while you're here, would you? You're skin and bones, Luke." I shake my head, knowing I'm far from skin and bones, and as I sit down in the chair across from her, I take in her frail state, as if she's one to talk. "That basket is for you, and I already ate at the Cunningham estate." "And bathed, thankfully," she gripes, scanning me up and down. "Those are some fancy clothes they've got you dressed in." "They're Clayton's," I mutter. His mother insisted. But June's not listening. Instead, her gaze latches onto my gauze-bound wrists. "I see you made some new friends. I can't say I'm surprised." She's harping on me, but I hear the concern lacing her words too. "That temper of yours has a way of getting you in some tight spots." I stare down at my hands, remembering the incantation Kaia whispered as she cleaned my wounds, and how beautiful and unexpected it was. I got them here for peace, didn't I? Besides, it wasn't my temper that got me bound up and hauled up the mountain. I filled June in about what happened, about the storm and the cave where Jacob and I were captured. I tell her about the room I stayed in and how different their food tastes from ours. I spare her the boring details of my stewing with rattled thoughts and wavering conviction, that I thought death would be easy to welcome before I left, but I wasn't as prepared for it as I'd thought. When I'm finished recounting my adventures, June's shallow breaths fill the silence, but it's uncomfortable, and I can't tell what she's thinking. I peer up from picking the dressing around one of my wrists. June's blue eyes are hooded with worry and relief, more so than I'd expected. "Did they hurt you worse than that?" she asks, eyes flicking up from my hands. "No," I promise. My fists clench in my lap, knowing how easily they could have if they'd wanted to. "No, they didn't. They didn't throw me a welcoming party, but they weren't as depraved as I'd expected." I shake my head, the words I'm about to say feeling off and misplaced, though they are true. As much as I want to say they're filthy drifters that should be wiped from this land, I can't. June's brow lifts, and slightly she tilts her head. "That doesn't sound like you, Luke." There's a lilt of curiosity in her voice. Laughing, I lean back and rest my head on the wood frame of the divan. No, it doesn't. I haven't been feeling much like myself this past week. June finally takes a sip of her water, like she needed to do it on her own terms, not because I wanted her to.
Is that so bad? Not feeling like yourself?
I peel my eyes open, unable to discern what I'm feeling at all, let alone if it's worrisome. It's strange, I admit. I feel unsettled.
I would imagine. You've been angry and single-minded for as long as I've known you. And to what end?
This time, I challenge the queen of stubbornness and determination with a knowing expression of my own. There are worse things than being strong-willed. June and I have a staring standoff before she takes another sip of water, only temporarily relieving the wheeze in her chest, and I look away. I don't want her to be disappointed in me, but I also can't help who I am. Her copper cup shakes in her hands, and I wonder how bad June's flare-up was for Miss Mason to move her here. How... I start and clear my throat. How are you feeling? I expect I'll get the stink eye for it, if not a cursing. Her health is usually a topic we dance around, but I need to see the truth in her eyes.
Don't worry about me now. I'm old and ornery, same as before. I feel my age, Luke. No more than all the other 70-somethings still alive in this place.
She stares into her cup, and if I'm not imagining it, she blushes a little.
Miss Mason was very kind to me. Obstinate, but kind.
There's an unexpected reverence in her voice.
She insisted I be moved. Saw to everything herself. She even brought me over some of her personal remedies for my coughing fits and sleepless nights.
I appreciated Miss Mason's attention to June, but hearing all of this, I respect her even more for it. I owe her, even. Obstinate? It sounds like maybe you've met your match, I tease. Shakily, June resituates herself on the divan.
She has a little ways to go, but I'll get her there before my number's up.
I watch as June absently smooths the blanket over her lap. She's so thin and frail, she practically folds into the arm of the couch. Her skin is etched with long, harsh years, having worked her fingers to the bone in the plucking house to provide for us the barest amount her lot in life could offer. For the first time, the marshal throwing me a few coins here and there as a child and offering me a place alongside the deputies isn't enough to make me grateful. Knowing how he lived, how most of the deputies have lived, he could have done more for June, for all of Sagebrush. June combs a wisp of thin, graying hair back into its knot behind her head, making her cheekbones more prominent. When had she aged so much? June had always been old to me as a child, but it's only now that I truly see it.
So, tell me,
she says in our uneasy silence.
Since you've brought the drifters back, and the whole town is talking, what happens now?
With an unsteady breath, I clear my throat. We try to make peace with them in order to find the water source, so we can save Sagebrush. June seems skeptical, but waits a beat before she asks,
Do you think it's possible?
Running my fingers through my hair, I exhale what feels like a year's worth of exhaustion, needling its way into my bones. I don't know. I admit. I mean, yes, I do think it's possible, but a lot could go wrong. Kaia wants what's best for her people, and I know she wants peace. We just have to figure out how to trust each other, which isn't going to be easy.
If trust were easy, Luke, this world would be a far different place.
June muses.
This Kaia, she's their leader?
As far as I can tell. I'm not sure how it works, but somehow an 18 or 19-year-old woman is running things up in that mountain.
A matriarchy. I like these people already.
I smile, thinking about the woman who brought me food while I was in the mountain. There was an older woman, maybe Kaia's grandmother. She lived in the place they were keeping us.
She lived in a prison?
No, I shake my head. It was a house, not like what we live in, but a home with empty rooms that they kept Jacob and me in. I think her name was Una. I'm not sure what it means, though.
Who says it has to mean something?
June asks.
Maybe that's just her name. A little strange, I'll give you that. But then their people have always had strange names. I remember that from stories my parents told me as a little girl. If you would have gone to school when you were a boy, like you were supposed to, you'd know more about the natives' history.
Here we go, I grumble.
I'm serious,
she chides.
Don't be disrespectful.
Leaning my head back, I roll my eyes. And do they teach us about snake charmers? I think she was a snake charmer or something. I could hear her praying in the other room sometimes, and she even had a live snake around her neck one time she brought me food.
Some sort of magic,
June grumbles. My mind grows heavy. I don't know, but there was something calming about her. And she kept me fed, even when I think Kaia told her not to. I can practically hear June's brow arching, but I continue. The old woman listened when I talked to her too, even though she pretended not to understand me.
Sounds like quite an adventure,
June ruminates, and I don't miss the tinge of amusement in her voice. You could say that, I whisper. It almost feels like it was a dream. My eyes flit closed again, and the last thing I see before I fall asleep is June grinning wryly as she picks up her book to read again.
Chapter 22. Kaia. Horse hooves crunch in the distance, and my eyes flutter open. For a moment, I forget where I am, wondering why a cool breeze kisses my face and why my nose and lips are cold. The cricket songs are faint in the early morning air, and with the pale blue glow of sunrise, I can barely see the stars anymore. The men sleep softly around me. The days past have brought a tiredness unlike anything I've ever felt before, and it's taken its toll on all of us. I smile inwardly, realizing even Elon, my confidant and protector, has found some respite. You didn't want to sleep in the house? A quiet male voice says behind me. I recognize it instantly. Luke steps up to the embers, faintly glowing from the fire pit in front of me. I shake my head and glance toward the large house where the windows are mostly dark, save for the study we were in last night. I'm not entirely surprised they are still awake, even if Joe was the one to tell everyone to rest. I wouldn't retire with strangers surrounding my home, uncaged and unbound, especially ones as dangerous as they seem to think we are. Your people offered us rooms, but it's too stuffy inside. And unnerving, I realize. Too much has happened too fast, and I don't want to fall into a false sense of ease around them. I nod with a yawn, feeling the paint on my forehead and cheeks crack. I would do anything for a swim in the crystalline pool right now, and for the comfort of my cot. The dirt and sweat from the past 2 days of traveling is caked on my skin, and I fear I'm even more wretched than when Akima and I had mud fights as children, not an inch of our skin clean by the time we were finished. In an instant, home feels a lifetime away, and my heart aches a little. With a sigh, I peer up at the muted colors of dawn. I wanted to watch the stars, I tell Luke, who prods at the fire, stirring the embers to flames again. Watch them, huh? He glances over his shoulder at me, his blue eyes glistening in the paleness of the morning. Dark stubble shadows his jaw again, and I hate that I notice. They don't do much up there, you know. His ignorance amuses me. Ignorance of all that he and his people have in this place, which they've taken for granted. Unlike you, I have not seen the stars in 9 years, I say bitterly, reminding myself we are not friends. Not since. I shake my head. There are far too many reasons I haven't seen the stars, and his people are the root of them all. I wanted to be outside, that is all. Luke sets his prodding stick down, the sleeve of his shirt snug around the muscle of his arm. Not since what? He whispers, pivoting to face me. His brow lifts with a hint of surprise, and as he reaches toward me, I frown. Luke freezes, thinks better of it, and clears his throat. You have, ash or something on your chin. Eyes fixed on him, I wipe my jaw and cheek until he nods. We hold each other's gaze for a moment, and though I don't know what he's thinking, a part of me wants to tell him exactly why I have not seen the stars, and to share everything with him so that he will understand who and what we are. The clouds are thick on the mountaintop, and I rarely leave the mountain, so I haven't seen the stars since my father died. Luke's nearly constant frown twitches and he clears his throat. Were you there? For some reason, the disconcerted shadows in his eyes surprises me, but I don't answer him. I don't want to talk about my father with him, and I don't want to think about death, not while I'm trying to focus on peace. Luke's gaze burns against my face as he waits for me to continue. Did you go home last night? I ask instead, surprising myself. You left quickly. Once again, he peers into the burgeoning fire. Yeah, I did. I wanted to check on June. Biting the inside of my cheek, I watch him. He's brooding and thoughtful in the quiet truce between us. I don't like how curious I am about Luke, even if I keep telling myself I need to learn all I can about the Soshos. The more I learn, the better informed each decision I make moving forward will be. But a voice inside my head whispers, liar. Joe, your leader, I say, forcing myself out of my own head. She wants to show me something today. Do you know what it is? Luke glances at me and shakes his head. How did it go after I left last night? You're all still in one piece, so well enough, I take it. His voice is playful, so I don't take offense. Did you accept the truce? I pick at my dirty fingernails. No, not yet. I can feel Luke's gaze on me again, only this time when I look at him, his brow is crumpled. Will you? There's a strangeness to his voice, an insecurity I haven't heard before, devoid of the resentment and arrogance I've come to expect. It makes him seem the most human yet, like the possibility of no peace between us worries him. I blink back at him, a sudden urge to fill our silence, forcing the words from my mouth. I want to have peace, I admit, more than anything. Yet it feels like a slight to my people. Like all that has passed between us will be accepted and forgotten in a single agreement. I stare up at the morning sky. And placing faith in your people, no matter how much I want to, feels wrong. And I worry I will regret it the moment I do. Abruptly, Luke rises to his feet and brushes his hands off on his pants.
I should let Clayton know I've returned.
I watch him walk toward the house, my mind pondering what possible path the spirits have placed before me. Luke, saying his name for the first time aloud sounds broken and strange on my tongue, but he stops, slowly turns, and looks at me. My muscles are sore from riding and sleeping on the ground as I climb to my feet. You hate us, like many of your people. You say it is ingrained in you to feel this way. So how do I trust that all of your people will accept such an agreement?
Because you don't have a choice,
he says tersely. His words are sharp but true. And you? I saw the flicker of truth in Joe's eyes last night, bright and clear. Even Clayton and Ashford had an earnestness that held my attention long enough to understand the gravity of their situation. Luke, however, is volatile and resentful, same as all of the men so decidedly against us. And they are the ones I worry will make me live to regret any terms that make my people more vulnerable than they already are. Why do you work toward peace when you clearly distrust it yourself? Luke stares into the pale, misty morning. After a few heartbeats of me wondering whether he's devising an answer he thinks I want to hear, he finally says,
I want peace because it might save June.
I was right about his reasons for seeking peace when it seems to go against his nature, and it sobers me. Who is she? My tone is sharper than I expect, but I'm beyond curious. Luke stares at me a moment, as if he's uncertain what to divulge.
I imagine she's like your Una, he finally says.
Surprisingly, a younger Luke flashes into my mind, and I picture him with a grandmother, wondering what sort of woman she might be. Did she tend to his wounds and make him soup when he was unwell?
Only, Luke continues, June is sick.
Though his expression doesn't waver, his tone is grave, and my heart aches for him, imagining Una in her place. I did not know, I whisper. Luke smiles, his dimple showing again, but it's forced this time and mirthless.
I think it's safe to say there's a lot we don't know about each other, Kaia.
Turning abruptly, he continues toward the house. We ride toward town in the heat of morning, the sun hot against my exposed skin that barely sees the light of day. Unlike last night's horde of riders that flanked us as we rode through the streets, only our hosts, Andy, Luke, and Ashford, ride with us today. All of my men are present, though, well rested after a night of much-needed sleep. Even Elon, always on guard to ensure my safety, has a sharper gaze in the dawn of a new day.
Be prepared,
Luke says, riding Rain up beside me. He pats his horse's neck affectionately. The more I watch them together, the more grateful I become that Rain found a home with Luke, when it could have been one of the other Soshos who would not have the connection with him Luke does. I run my fingers through a tuft of Shade's mane. Be prepared? With a hat on, his hands unbound, and the freedom to move around as he wishes, Luke seems like an entirely different person than the one I've seen over the past week.
There will be a lot of people out today, and they will all be watching you. They're distrusting.
Although it's a warning, it feels like something more than that as well. A kindness, perhaps. Finding myself grateful once again, I nod. Morning shadows fall over the path as we draw closer to their town. Tall wooden dwellings flank the entrance, but there are other structures as well, made of brick and stone. Mostly, everything glints in the rising sun, some of the structures almost blinding. It's the metal they told us about, their protection from the violent winds. Like last night, it smells sickly, like human waste and decay. And Luke was right. This time, as we walk into town, there are people scattered along the road, like ants in a mass of confusion. A few horses clomp down the streets with their riders, and dogs bark at nothing in particular, but most people are on foot. Children play in the streets as if the surmounting heat is nothing to them. People stop and stare as we draw closer, some of them with their mouths agape, others with wide, worried eyes. Some people point while others hurry into their shelters, but no one says anything. No one pulls out weapons, intent on killing us on sight. They glance from us to Joe and Clayton, and I know their presence in our group is what keeps us safe, though we are vigilant, braced, and ready to grab a weapon if needed. As everyone stares at us, I stare back. Women have their hair up off their necks, but the layers of clothes they wear look suffocating. Some men and women alike wear hats on their heads, shielding their faces, and nearly all of the men are scruffy and unkempt. Many of the townspeople are so skinny and dirty, I can't tell the true color of their skin, and wrinkles mar their bodies like battle wounds. It's as if they've never seen a day without the sun. Most of their clothes are tattered and soiled, but there are some people who appear crisply dressed and clean, giving them an air of importance, like they are decorated in the way our paint, skin markings, and feathers decorate us. As we continue down the road, I shield my eyes against the shining metal coverings. Does it truly help? I ask Luke.
The metal? Yes, it does. The sand still gets through, but the brunt of the wind doesn't. We don't have a mountain to hide in like you do. We're exposed, and this is how we survive.
You mean hide, I correct Riley.
What?
This is how you hide. He glowers at me, and I allow myself a slight smirk. Luke is right. We aren't so different. I see fear in his men's eyes when they look at us. I see the people of his village worn down from a harsh life like ours. Their desperation for a different life is beaten on their brows and etched in the lines of their faces. A man on horse passes by our entourage, and he smiles and winks at Joe.
Miss Mason?
Mr. Trainer, she says. He tips his hat and continues onward, giving us a second glance before he trots away. Clayton narrows his eyes on the man, and Joe swats at his shoulder. A playful moment between them I haven't witnessed yet. They both say hello and nod at people as we pass in reassurance. Joe's shoulders are tense, though, and her smile wavers a little. There's a market today, she says. Perhaps you'd like to see it later? I notice the carts and coverings people are setting up. You trade? Joe shrugs. Among ourselves, we all have a skill set here, and we use it to barter for what we can. You do not share all things? I muse, eyeing the unhealthy, dirty people who greatly outnumber those who look as well cared for as Joe and Clayton, and the others I see on horseback. No, unfortunately, that's never been our way. Disgust washes over me to see such carelessness. Clayton and I are working to change that, however. There is still much work to be done. Joe blinks from her musing. The market starts early to beat the midday heat, but we might be able to catch the end of it when we're finished. I nod, but a mass of people near the edge of town catches my eye. They stand in a line, waiting to view something, like elders in our village might view a newborn. Only these people are collecting something and have buckets in their hands.
They're in line for their water rations, Luke explains.
Water rations? I frown.
Because water is limited. There is only so much everyone is allowed to drink.
I can't help my horror as my cheeks burn with shock. Only a bucket full? Luke stares at the water line and frowns.
They fill them daily, but try not to drink more than that. They know our supply is low, and we could run out at any time. They are being cautious.
Run out of water? Every time I think of it, it seems impossible. We bathe and cook and drink without thought. Why can they not go to the river that runs through the farm? Joe slows her horse a bit to walk beside us. The river is too far. The water towers are much more convenient for them. The townspeople can fill their buckets whenever they like,
I'm not sure why they still line up in the mornings. Joe watches them for a few moments longer. Old habits, Luke says as we pass them. They all have different sized buckets, and I realize that 2 is an indication of their status. It's then I notice there's no one in line with fancy clothes, only the dirty, wretched people, and I glare at Joe. Clayton's father had many rules when he was marshal, she explains, and I hear the disapproval in her voice as much as I see it on her face. He was very strict with rations, even if that's not how it works anymore. And now that everyone knows the truth about your people and what is beyond Sagebrush, and the fact you're actually here, she sighs. With so much change, perhaps sticking to what's familiar is easier for some of them at the moment. I watch the people going about their morning, wary of us, but tending to their tasks as they must. Everyone knows now that we must have peace if we're going to survive, Joe adds. They know that there are consequences for past actions, and many of them want to make it right. Seeing Sagebrush for what it truly is has made it more difficult to say no to any sort of peace. Even if I don't know these people, I know we can help them. The elderly like June, the dirty children in the streets. We can provide the poor souls whose back-breaking lives have resulted in nothing more than a small pail with access to more water. I contemplate Joe's words as we continue through town and back toward the farm. Its distance from Sagebrush seems shorter than it did last night, and I'm awed once again by the animals and the greenhouses that glint over the hillsides as we draw closer. When we finally arrive, the men climb off their horses, but Joe looks at me before I can do the same. I'd like to take you somewhere, if you don't mind. Luke and Clayton turn to us, and Elon immediately mounts Waka again. Joe holds her hand up to stop him. We can go alone, she says, her attention on me. Unless you feel more comfortable being accompanied. We're going into the canyon, to the river. She points toward the sandstone spires in the distance. There is no danger. I look at Elon, his eyes hard and focused on me. Elon will come, I tell her, not because I don't trust her, or because I am frightened, but because I know Elon prefers it. He glances at Tarek. Water the horses, he tells him, his gaze shifting between the men. Be careful. Pele, Yancey, and Alo nod. Joe and Clayton exchange a silent goodbye, or warning, perhaps. We'll be back in a couple hours, Joe says, though it sounds more like a reassuring promise. Clayton dips his chin. Watch the skies and be safe. Joe pats the shotgun tied to her saddle. Always. Tell Scarlett I'll be back for some of her honey biscuits. Clayton eyes me, then he leads his horse down the hillside. As Joe, Elon, and I click our horses forward, I hear the door of the farmhouse swing open. Where are they going now? Toby asks. Girl stuff, I hear Clayton say. Help our visitors with their horses, would you? I'll see if Scarlett can feed us all some breakfast. I glance back at the boy as he grumbles, but my eyes meet Luke's instead. He holds my gaze a moment, not so much concerned as thoughtful, before he turns to follow the others down the hill. Come, Joe says, nudging her horse faster. It's a ways off still. I meet Elon's gaze and a look passes between us, as if to say, this should be interesting. Then, following Joe's lead, I nudge Shade into a gallop, Elon in ever-present shadow a few paces behind me. Chapter 23. Kaia. The sun is high in the sky by the time Elon and I trailed Joe down into the canyon. The rocks are slippery beneath our horses' hooves, but Shade and Waka manage well enough. They're used to rocky terrain. All of us are, except for Joe. She doesn't lean into her horse's movements the way we do, and her grip is tight on the reins. I peer up at the red sandstone towering over us on either side as we weave through the narrow path,
finally stopping at a cliff. A gorge carves through the canyon below, and a dark blue stream trickles through it. "Our cattle were lost one day," Jo says over her shoulder. "I found them here. It's how I discovered the water. My father had been keeping it from me because he knew how dangerous having the river on our property was. He didn't know what the marshal would do if he found out I'd learned their secret." As we continue on, each uneven step brings us closer to the canyon floor, and I can see the shallow, rocky bottom of the water. "This leads to your river?" I ask, glancing at Elon as he measures the cliffs surrounding us. "No," Jo says softly, and I barely hear her over the breeze and clomping hooves. "It is the river. What's left of it, anyway." I frown. It's no river at all. "This courses down the ravine, past my family's farm for a few miles, then it disappears into a sinkhole. Where it begins," she says, glancing toward the mountains, "is somewhere that way. There's a waterfall of sorts not too far north, but it's become only a trickle. Wherever the water comes from beneath the ground is either drying up or blocked, and with the recent rain, it makes no sense." Jo stops at the water's edge and dismounts. Elon and I look at one another, and I wonder if he has any idea why the water stops flowing from the tunnels in the mountains. There are many rivers and falls, though I've never seen most of them. Elon and Waka explore the snaking river downstream, giving Jo and I time alone. She allows her buckskin horse to drink, and I do the same. "We have water, for now," Jo continues. "But for how long, we're uncertain. It's why we're so desperate to find the source of the problem, or to find a more stable supply." She looks at me, the brim of her hat shading her face. "Or I fear our people will not make it." I follow her gaze, focused beyond me. Our mountains are a mirage in the distance. Their edges are smooth, their height nowhere near as imposing as reality, and the tops are shrouded in a gloomy cold I can feel in my bones all too well. "I wanted you to see it," Jo adds, her eyes meeting mine, "so you can understand. But that isn't the only reason I've brought you here." Her tone is grim. "I want to show you something else." She tips her head. "Follow me." I glance downstream for Elon, crouching beside the water as if he's studying it. "This is where I saw your people," Jo starts. "It was nearly a month ago now." Even if I already knew she'd seen them, the mention of it makes my stomach drop. "Cole and Tiva," I tell her. She peers back at me, the loose wisps of her hair more red in the sunlight than I've noticed before now. "They were over there." She points to a shady area underneath a pair of scraggly ironwood trees. "They were playing in the water when I found them." I stop short, imagining Cole's laughter and Tiva's impish smile, both of them content in a moment of reprieve. "As curious as I was," Jo continues, "they were frightening to me as well. They were drifters, and I didn't know any better. They were hot and weary, and when I stumbled upon their reverie here, they told me they'd been on a hunting trip, only to return to their outpost to find everyone dead. I believe they were searching for more of your people." "They were looking for Tate," I tell her, knowing they would have noticed his body was not with the others at the desecrated shelter where we buried the others only days ago. I eye Jo carefully. "As I mentioned yesterday," she says, "when I spoke with them, I told them to leave, that they would be in danger if they stayed, and they understood well enough." I cross through the stream to where Jo saw them, searching for anything they left behind. "I'm only sorry I asked them so many questions and kept them here as long as I did." Jo's regret carries over the sound of trickling water. "They might have lived had they left sooner." My gut churns, my teeth set, and I have to steady the words as they fall from my lips. "Who killed them?" Cole was only 22. And Tiva barely 18. My throat constricts as I imagine them at the river's edge, alone but together, with the false sense of safety and hope that they might find Tate and return to us. Which of your men did it? I bite out more coolly. I don't know, Joe says. I'm sorry. Though I assume Doyle was among them. He was a plague to our town, and to your people. He took many liberties and inflicted horrible crimes. He and his followers are dead now. I swallow thickly. Cole was the last of my family, I confess, and a flood of sorrow fills my eyes and chest. He and Elon were the ones to help me learn my bow and arrow. When we were young, I used to tell him that it would be him that would one day lead our people, no matter what tradition says, that it would be him who kept our people safe from the Soshos. He stopped arguing with me after a while, even if it was just to prevent another quarrel. He was the strong one. Wiping the dampness from my eyes, I look at Joe. If he were still alive, you would likely be speaking with him about your peace. Joe's face is soft and her eyes are clouded with regret, though it changes nothing. I'm sorry, she breathes. I shake the what-ifs from my mind, my determination hardening once more. You and Clayton lead these people, but you barely acknowledged them today in the streets. Joe laughs, but there is little amusement in it. I've resented this town since I lost my mother, blaming everyone in a way I don't think I realized, until the marshal was gone and so many secrets came to light. I've never felt as if I was one of them. I don't think Clayton has either. And now? You say you want to save them. Joe stares through me, as if she's forgotten I'm standing across from her. The truth tends to change things, doesn't it? It starts with one discovery, one question, and then everything unravels. In the past month, I've realized the stories in my head were only glimpses of a truth that's so much more complicated than I ever could have imagined. She strokes her horse's mane as I walk back across the water. It seeps through the seams of my leather soles, but I know my feet will dry quickly in the hot sun. We've all lost our way over the years, Joe continues. I learned my lesson, not to judge what I know nothing about. That's one thing the marshal taught me. Life is never as it seems. Not even he was completely horrible. She peers down at her rippled reflection. I might be at Clayton's side because of my passion for truth and ingenuity, but I am no leader, and I take no comfort in people's gazes. I never have. As Joe removes her hat to hang over her saddle, her auburn hair catches the sunlight, shimmering. I notice the marred flesh at the base of her neck. I know what it is to live in fear, she says, and I wonder if she can feel my gaze on her as I imagine what the flesh looks like beneath her clothes. She crouches by the water. I know what it is to feel as if you're constantly holding your breath, waiting for the next horrific deed. For years, I waited for the day the marshal would take my father away from me, like he took my mother, and worried that maybe he wouldn't take my father at all, but Scarlet instead. Maybe both. Joe shrugs and splashes water on her face. He liked to teach lessons, she mutters. Wiping her face with her sleeve, she rises and turns to me. I don't want anyone living in fear any longer. Not of each other. It's the elements we must face, our survival that we must work together to protect. Otherwise, we won't last out here. Joe licks a water droplet from her lip and shakes her head, her eyes hardening in earnest. You hide up in the mountains from us, while we slowly cook to death down here, with little water and sandstorms to worry about. Nothing is easy, Kaia, she says fervently. It never was, but we're only making it worse by working against each other. I can't speak for what the marshals have done in the past years, but I can promise you that Clayton and I will do everything in our power to give your people peace. For your sake and for ours. Rocks clank together as Elon and Waka meander back to us, but Jo doesn't seem to notice, or perhaps she doesn't care. I don't expect you to forgive my people, or forget what's happened to yours, but I hope that you being here means that you are willing to work with us to figure out another way. She steps closer. We can help each other, Kaia. I know we can. I inhale deeply, letting her words wash over me with the breeze, and look to Elon. He's leaning against his horse, staring at me, awaiting my response. It is not as easy as a yes or no, I explain. I must talk with my people. They have not seen what I have seen here. They will not understand. If I want them to accept this, I must make them see. We can go with you. We can speak to them. We will give them our word. Your word means nothing to us, I tell her plainly. I understand what you say, but I cannot bring the men who have killed so many of us home to my people, making them vulnerable and afraid. I shake my head. Descendants of your own people are afraid of you. There must be another way. Then tell me what you want to do. I meet Elon's eyes again, always so steady and clear. He has seen so many die, and he stands here without hatred in his eyes or shadows of doubt. I know Elon sees what I do. Tired people who are afraid, just as we are. We show them, he says, as if our minds are one. When I look at Jo, she's glancing between us. Hope creases her brow, and desperation widens her eyes. How? Water? Remedies? Ways of living off the land without depleting it completely? I will bring back food for them. Show them you can trade your food for our knowledge. Jo's hands tighten on the brim of her hat. Of course. We can trade if you think, and you must come with us. Her eyes round even more. Me? It must be you, I tell her. If you want the elders to agree, you must come. They must see. But Clayton is a Sosho, I bite out. Sosho? Yes, a white man. The enemy that hunts us, I clarify. They will not believe a word that comes out of his mouth, just as I did not trust Luke at first. So it has to be you, I tell her. Women are our leaders. It is the way of our people, and the elders hold them in the highest regard. This time, Jo swallows thickly. She stares at the mountains, so far off in the distance they are the size of my thumb, and the silence grows between us. Elon and I exchange a look, and I lean against shade as I wait for her to speak again. Jo bites the side of her cheek thoughtfully, her hair catching in the breeze. Agreed, she finally says. I'll go back with you. I will help you make them see.
Chapter 24. Luke. It takes Clayton nearly an hour to convince Ashford to leave business behind for a while and take his family to the Tuesday market. Toby insists he needs an axe, like Tarek's, and Miss Scarlet's cabinets are bare after so much unexpected company. While Pele, Alo, and Yancey explore the farm in their absence, Clayton and I sit on the front porch with Tarek, all of us anxiously waiting for Kaia, Elon, and Miss Mason to return. Where did they go, anyway? I ask, and take a swig of my tea. If you'd asked me a week ago if I could picture myself sitting on the Mason farm drinking tea with Clayton Cunningham, I would have snorted a laugh and headed to the saloon for a whiskey. Clayton picks at a splinter of wood on the arm of the rocking chair. To the river. Why? I huff a laugh. To prove to Kaia how truly pathetic we are? He stares out beyond the fields, toward the mountains that have claimed his gaze since they left. To show her where it all started. My stomach drops. Where what started? Although it's a knee-jerk question, the churning of my gut tells me I already know. Where her people were last seen. Cole? Tarek sits up from where he lounges in the shade with Kip, Mr. Mason's shepherd. 2 drifters, draped in furs, horses racing from the canyon with bows and arrows on their backs. The memory of that day knocks into me, and suddenly I can't take my eyes off the mountains in the distance either. What exactly is Miss Mason telling her? That she met them, that she warned them to leave, and that they got on their horses and rode away. They were alive and safe last she saw them. Lines appear around Tarek's eyes as they sharpen like daggers, locked on an invisible moment, and his jaw clenches. They were part of a hunting and harvesting group, he says. His voice is low and heavy with sorrow, unlike I've heard it before. We needed them to return with food for our people, but when none of them came back, we knew. The hair rises on the back of my neck. Clayton stirs from his thoughts and slowly turns in his chair, meeting Tarek's injured gaze. I know it repairs nothing, but I am sorry, he says gravely. It was before all the changes. Tarek and Clayton exchange a measured look before Tarek nods toward the mountains. Cole was Kaia's cousin, he says, and my heart seems to still. Now it is only her and Una left. My shoulders coil and my stomach rolls with dread. The guilt that had been niggling away at me now feels more like a knife to the gut as the full reality of that day settles in. Who is Kaia to your people? Clayton asks, an edge of awe in his voice. What is the clan mother? Kaia is the she-wolf. Her ancestors initiated the unification, he explains. Clayton crosses his arms over his chest, as if he's settling in for a bard's tale. What's the unification? Tarek leans forward and draws 4 circles into a cross-like shape in the dirt with the handle of his axe. Her people saw the need for unity in order to survive during the great storm. The skies would not clear. Crops were decimated by the sands, and many people were dying. So Kaia's ancestors started talks of peace between the warring nations of the desert lands, eventually bringing them together, some of yours included. I recall the villagers I watched through the window of my cage, and the warriors who have been my constant shadow for days. The lighter skin and the dark, the wide-set eyes and the narrowed ones, the rounded cheeks and angular jaws, green eyes, brown and blue. It all comes into focus. Tarek draws a cross connecting the 4 tribes and another circle in the center. Kaia's mother was Etzi, but died young, and she is the last of her bloodline. To us, Kaia is more than a leader to our people. She is the bringer of hope and the symbol of peace between us all, even if she does not want it. I sit in silence, stupefied. She risks her life to come here, and yet she does not accept leadership of her people? It makes no sense. But that's not what my mind fixates on. It's the guilt in knowing I took nearly all Kaia had left. She refuses her destiny, then. Clayton smirks with intrigue. Sounds like someone I know. As he sighs, he turns back to stare at the mountain again. I don't want to be the leader of this town either. Tarek's eyebrow lifts. Can you blame me? Clayton chuckles. Although Tarek cracks a smile, it falters just as quickly, and he holsters his axe at his hip again. Do you mean to keep your peace? He asks. Though I assume he's asking Clayton such a question, his attention is on me. Clayton glances between us, I can feel his impatient curiosity, and I settle deeper into my chair. Why are you asking me? Because you have hate in your heart, Sosho. I know this. I have heard it. He, Tarek points at Clayton, does not. A leader is only as good as the people who follow him. So, will you support peace between our people? Tarek doesn't blink as he stares me down, studying me, weighing my reaction as much as my unspoken answer. Yes, I say honestly. I would support the peace. I would do it for June. Coward. A sardonic voice in my head tells me that's not the only reason, even if it's the only one I am ready to accept. Tarek's eyes narrow, and for a moment, I don't think he believes me. But in the blink of an eye, his dark features lift with reliable amusement that so often gleams in his brown eyes. Good, he says, and lies back down on the porch with Kip. This is good. Clayton watches me closely, and for the first time since I've signed on to help him, I feel as if he's really seeing me. No doubt he wonders what exactly happened during my time in that mountain, but I don't want to talk about it with him. I don't want to think of the peace or of Kaia anymore right now either. I stand. I'm going to check on June, I tell him. I'll send a rider for you when we get back to the estate, Clayton offers. Regardless of what happens at the river today, there will be much to discuss this evening. Decisions will need to be made either way. You should be a part of them. Readjusting my hat on my head, I gulp down the rest of my tea and set the empty glass on the railing. Outrunning what is to come might be impossible, but I can put it off, for now at least.
Chapter 25. Kaia. As we walk past the woodcarver and herbalist in the market, I tell myself I should be happy about my agreement with Joe. The wares, the food, the truce alone would help my people beyond measure. These thoughts turn over and over in my mind as I search the Soshos' faces and study the contraptions they've welded from metal and glass. Although Cole is gone, it soothes my soul a little to know his death was not completely in vain, that it has come to mean something to these people, whether they realize it or not. It was his meeting with Joe that has changed everything. We can take corn seeds from the farm with us when we go, Joe says absently as she picks up a red fabric with a gem-like sheen to it. But do you think it will grow? She holds the fabric up to the light, and while parts of it are dull and a few areas are worn, it is rich and beautiful. Joe pulls a drawstring purse from her pocket and picks out a few shiny coins before handing them to the woman behind the cart. The woman nods to Joe, looks skeptically at me, then tears her gaze away, as if she's worried something ill might befall her if she stares for too long. It's for Scarlet, Joe explains, lifting the fabric. My sister makes clothes. She's making a gown for her wedding. I thought this material might make her a nice cape. It's her favorite color. She looks at it again and shrugs. Then again, maybe not. Joe sighs. I'm no good at these things. We wear white during a marriage ceremony, I tell her. Joe laughs. So do we, usually. I guess ruby red wouldn't be appropriate, would it? She shrugs and tucks the fabric under her arm, then runs her fingers through a curtain of ribbons hanging at the next cart we pass. So, the corn? Joe prompts. There is little sun on the mountain. Herbs and root plants are what we grow. But Luke mentioned you had mint and spices. They need sunlight, the valley floor, I tell her. We make trips 2 times in a year, when the sun is the closest. Or we used to. I give her a sidelong look. Our hunters and harvesters only went out once this year, but I don't need to tell her they didn't return home. Joe already knows, and no amount of guilt or blame will bring them back. Jo blinks, steadying herself with a deep breath. All right, then. Cured meats and grains for sure. We'll take jerky and cornmeal. We can even take corn stalks to show them. If you cannot grow them, we must show them what we can provide instead. I almost smile, imagining how large Muna's eyes would be if I dumped a wagon of food in front of her. She would never acknowledge my doing anything right, but she wouldn't have to say anything. Her expression would be enough. And Akima, as much as he regretted me leaving, even he would be happy with the outcome. Oh, I know, Jo says. We'll take one of the calves, too. A what? I pick up a brown headscarf made of thick, rough material, like what I've seen many of the villagers wearing around their necks. A baby cow. Live meat for you to raise. She frowns. Or do you already have steer? She shakes her head. I mean, cows. Meat. We have birds, I tell her, and point to a feather pinned in a woman's hat as she passes. We use feathers for down, eggs for eating, and their meat for stew, I explain. Quail? Oh, of course you would. But no other livestock? Mountain goats, I admit. For milk. Sometimes for meat, but they are rare. We hunt the snowlands to the north for fox and rabbit, though there are few. The storms are greatest there. I've always wondered what was past the mountains, Jo says. She sounds awed by such a revelation. More mountains, I tell her. Many more mountains. Some with fire inside. But I know not what lies beyond. My eyes catch on a necklace adorned in wooden beads, dyed blues and reds, that hangs from the display in front of me. I tear it down, heart pounding vehemently, and turn it over in my hand. Hey, the man chides, but I don't listen. Jo mutters something to him and doesn't stop me as I step away. It's one of our necklaces, stolen from someone's cold body most likely. I clench my hand around it, seeing another and tearing it down as well. I don't know who they belonged to, but I won't let the Soshos keep them. As I force myself to inhale a calming breath, I peer around at the other wagons. Elon stares down at a strange contraption in Clayton's hand, enthralled and perplexed. But for me, exploring what they have suddenly seems like a bad idea. As I turn to Tarek and Ashford, waiting with the other men at the horses, I notice Rain tied up outside one of the shelters at the end of the market. His head hangs low and his eyes blink lazily, and Luke's hat hangs from his saddle. I peer up at the run-down shelter, glinting in the afternoon sunlight. Clayton told us Luke was spending time with June, the one he cares so much about, the one who is sick. My feet move, each step taken in absent thought, until I'm standing beside Rain and stroking his burnt orange mane. The door to the shelter is shut, but I stare at it anyway, wondering what Luke's Una looks like, and his home. When I hear commotion inside, I lean toward a partially opened window and peek inside. Most of the windows are draped, so the light in the room is dim, likely to keep out the heat. It is sparsely furnished, not like Jo and Clayton's home with lush-colored carpets, hanging light fixtures, and gleaming woods everywhere. Coughing startles me. Oh, I'm fine. An old woman stops at the arm of a couch, bends over and heaves again. The couch wobbles beneath her grasp as she pants for breath. She's not dressed like the others in town. Her gown is thin and far too large for her frail body. Her hollow face is lined with many wrinkles, and dark crescents frame her eyes. Damn it, June. My heart races as Luke hurries into the room and grabs hold of her arm. I told you not to get up. I can get your tea and supper. You don't have to be so damn obstinate all the time. His broad shoulders and brooding features do nothing to hide the concern in his voice. It's riddled with it, and a lump forms in my throat. She does look like she's dying. Hush, June wheezes, and waves his concern away. But before she can say another word, her mouth freezes open and her eyes lock on me through the window. Hastily, I step out of sight. "Who the—" She begins coughing again. "What?" Luke asks. "June, what is it?" Just as I decide to leave before Luke sees me, the door flings open and he's standing there with a heaving chest and his brow creased with disbelief. "Kaia?" Placid expression hinged in place. I straighten. "Luke." I clear my throat. Something about being here feels wrong, like I've overstepped, though I tell myself I've done nothing to warrant it. His jaw is hard set as his eyes dart around the street, taking an uncertain step closer. "What are you doing here?" he asks brusquely. "I saw Rain." I point to his horse. But I know that in being at Luke's home, in seeing June, I've invaded his privacy. Apologies. It is not like in the mountain where he was forced to know my Una. I have not been invited. His displeased expression is unwavering, and I'm about to turn to leave when June wheezes inside. "You bringing her in?" she rasps. "Or are you gonna make me guess?" Luke rolls his eyes. "Luke?" She grumbles louder this time, then falls into another coughing fit. "Come on," he growls and takes my hand. It sends a jolt of warmth through me, and I peer down at his hand over mine as he pulls me inside. "I should not be here," I whisper. "No, you shouldn't," he grouses, and it makes me brittle. I pull away from him. "Do not touch me." Luke spins around, glaring at me. June's eyes are wide, and I think she might be frightened of me momentarily, but then she glances between us. "Glad to see you two getting along so well," she rasps as she settles into the crook of the couch. Luke forces his gaze from me. He lifts a blanket draped over the side, laying it gently over June's lap. "June, this is Kaia," he says with pained civility. "Kaia, this is June." He brushes past me, into a small area where he opens an iron oven and shoves more wood inside. A pot of water sits on it. It's warm inside the shelter, to say the least, but with the window open, the breeze helps it feel less confining. I peer around at the stone walls and press my palm to one of them. It's cool. Like home, I think aloud. No wonder I don't mind being in here as much. "Well, you're a pretty thing, aren't you?" June says. "Luke didn't tell me that part." On cue, he slams something down, making me jump. "Is there something wrong with you, child?" June snaps at him, and I can see where he gets his piercing glare from. "Nothing at all," Luke mutters. He walks back over with a plate of sliced bread and cheese, like the chewy morsels I tried in the market. "Please eat it, June. I know you're not hungry, but—" "Only if she sits with me," June says, and she takes a very small bite of her bread as she gestures for me to sit on the couch beside her. "Come." I glance between Luke's apparent displeasure in my being here and June's blue-eyed interest. I decide she unnerves me more than he does, so I do as she says, and I sit down. The couch is not the same as the one at Joe's, but it's still more comfortable than anything we have back home. "How do you find Sagebrush, my dear?" How did I find it? "How do you like it?" she says, waving my ignorance away with amusement. It is hot and smells of decay," I tell her. It is the first thing that comes to mind. Her eyes widen, and I think I've offended her when she tosses her head back and laughs. Just as I'm about to smile at her delight, my heart stutters as she begins coughing again. Luke strides over with a steaming mug. It sloshes over the sides a little. "June," he says softly, but she shakes her head as she catches her breath. Though her cough is much worse than anything I've heard, the deep, loose rumble in her chest is familiar. I'm fine. She points to the table, and he sets the mug down. Both of us stare at her helplessly as we wait for her to catch her breath. When she looks at us, her eyes narrow on Luke. "Sit. You're making me nervous." With a furrowed brow, Luke glances between us, then sits down as she requests on the chair across the room. "Well, Kaia, you're right about the stench," June inhales shallowly. "If I could choose to lose my sense of smell over my ability to breathe, I would do it in a heartbeat. It would make the final days a bit more bearable." "June," Luke groans, but she ignores him with the wave of her hand. June opens her mouth to speak again, but with an inhale she sputters, a horrible display of gasping and choking, and I have to look away. That she is so sick, a frail old woman who appears as if she's had a life far harsher than anyone and is struggling to simply breathe, seems unfair, even if I know nothing about her. My gaze shifts to Luke as he helps her settle back into her seat. Though her coughing subsides, she wheezes as she catches her breath. Lena. I remember her wheezing when we were running and playing as children. "Seaweed," I whisper, and recall the man with the baskets of greens and produce we passed in the market. Luke and June look at me as she clears her throat. I point to her. "You need seaweed," I repeat. "Honey," she rasps, her brow crumpled as she tries to clear the rattle in her chest again. "That's a pretty word, but I haven't the foggiest idea what you're saying." I shake my head, remembering where I am. I search for the word, picturing how it grows wild along the base of the mountain. "Onion," I tell her. "It will help." "Onion?" She and Luke balk at me, but I ignore them. "Yes, raw onion." "I'm not much for raw anything." "You must," I tell her flatly, and rise to my feet. "Onion, and there are other... I do not know the words, but I will find them. I don't know what ingredients they have here in their village, but I know where I can find it near mine." June opens her mouth to say something, but I hurry out the door. I don't know where the sudden urgency comes from to help these people, but even if it makes me bristle, I can't help it.
Chapter 26. Luke. Ashford, Clayton, and I sit in front of the fire in the study, appreciating a much-needed glass of whiskey after such a long day. My thoughts sift between Kaia and June.
"They were at the water longer than I'd expected," Ashford says, bringing his tumbler to his lips. "Has Miss Mason said anything yet?"
Clayton shakes his head. "No, we haven't had a moment, but she'll tell me soon enough, I hope." He leans his head back against the chair. "It seems promising. They were in the market for a while. Joe was smiling. That's a good sign." Clayton's head tilts and he eyes me. "Though I can't say the same for Kaia." His appraisal is a questioning one as he peers over the rim of his glass, sipping thoughtfully. "What did you say to her at your house?" "Nothing," I frown. "It didn't look like nothing. She looked disturbed when she left June's." I don't know exactly what happened with Kaia this afternoon. Suddenly she was there at June's in my personal life. And then she was getting onion from a merchant, giving me orders, and then she was gone. I was grateful she'd tried to help, but when her remedy actually did help and she'd already left, there were no words. And I'd been an ass when I'd found her lurking by the door. I tell myself I'm supposed to be an ass because we're not friends, and forgetting that is dangerous. But that thought goes against the grain, too. Kaia will agree to the peace, if she hasn't already, I think aloud, mesmerized by the fire's flames. Even if it takes some time, she will agree. I say it more decidedly because, despite Kaia's distrust, she will do it for her people. Won't she? And she helped June, so she will want to help everyone else. I'm not sure why I feel so certain of it. They might still think we mean to go back on our word once we gain access to the water supply, Ashford muses. They have no reason to trust us. We haven't double-crossed them yet, I remind him, albeit a bit defensively. They're here, and we could kill them all, and they would no longer have their Etsy or some of their warriors. Kaia knows that, and she still came, which means she wants this, no matter how much she pretends to be undecided. And she helped June today, I remind myself again. So why am I angry with her? I'm afraid it's not as simple as all of that, Miss Mason says from the doorway. The three of us rise to our feet, my heart thudding with surprise. Clayton sets his glass down on the table and walks over to her. Is that why you've been avoiding me all day? Not avoiding you, she says, pouring herself a drink. Just planning and getting to know one another. Kaia and I have a long journey ahead of us. Clayton glowers, much like the rest of us. Excuse me, he grinds out. I'm going back with her. Joe, she holds her hand up to shush him. We leave in 2 days, and in the meantime I need you to fortify a wagon to bring, in case there's a storm, and fill it with food. Here, she pulls a list from a hidden pocket in her skirt. These are the things I need. Clayton doesn't take his eyes from her as he reaches for the list. Joe, you're not going to that mountain. She doesn't bother looking at him as she walks over and sits in his chair on the other side of his desk. Joe, Clayton says, more adamant this time, you're not going up the mountain without me. She starts to scribble something on a sheet of parchment. Yes, she says simply, I am. Mr. O'Brien can come with me, but that is all. It's part of our deal. Me? I balk. Yes. Kaia thinks seeing new men will only make her people uncomfortable, and I agree. So, only Mr. O'Brien goes with me, or I don't go at all, and we don't get our piece. Clayton glares between Ashford and me. Surely there has to be another way. Miss Mason stands, the chair legs muffled as they scrape against the rug covering the floor, and she walks over to him. Kaia won't hurt me, my love. In fact, I think she likes me, and that's why she wants me to go. I venture to think she might even trust me. So I will go and speak on our behalf. I will convince them that we are true to our word, and I might even learn a thing or two that I can bring back to help our people. Like new remedies, she reminds him, and stares pointedly at me. I'm not sure if she's silently reminding me what Kaia did for me this afternoon, or if she's angry with me about something. My frown deepens, ignoring whatever her look insinuates. She'll take us to the source of the water while we're there, I clarify. Yes. Miss Mason perches her hands on her hips. She will take us to the water once her people agree with her that it's the right thing to do. What if they don't agree? Ashford hedges, his expression brimming with consternation. That's what the food is for, Clayton muses. Show them what a peace will bring them, and they won't be able to disagree. Not if they have families to feed. Not if they have food and peace. And we would get Jacob back, I remind them, in case he was forgotten in all of this. Miss Mason nods, and then her eyes fix on me. Well, Mr. O'Brien, are you up for another journey? There's a sudden pressure that twists into a knot in my chest, and I run my fingers through my hair. You should get someone else, Miss Mason. Her brow puckers slightly. Why is that? Kaia already trusts you. I almost laugh. Because I have June to think about, I say instead. It's partially a lie. We are thinking about June, Miss Mason counters. We're thinking about June and Isabel and all the ailing people in Sagebrush. You yourself wanted to go on this mission in the beginning because of what we could learn from these people. You saw it today,
firsthand." Her eyes narrow on me. "Why the sudden change of heart, Luke?" Luke. Shit. I knew Miss Mason was a clever one, and I know better than to protest. But I also know I'm the worst of all of us for the job. "It's just not a good idea," I tell them, all of them. They look at me like I've grown another head. "You have to trust me on this. Kaia and Miss Mason can manage just fine without me. Ashford is better suited for negotiating peace. Kaia and I nearly tore each other to shreds when we were up there last." Miss Mason nods as her eyes narrow on me again. "Fine, then. I'll go alone." "Joe," Clayton grumbles. "It will be fine. I'll have her 5 formidable men with me, and I trust Kaia, even if Mr. O'Brien here doesn't seem to." "It's not that I don't trust her," I explain. "It's just..." I drag my hands over my face. "Kaia will not want me there if she knows the truth of what I've done." I can barely look at Miss Mason as I gauge her response. Instead of hounding me for more information, though, she steps closer, her hazel eyes never leaving me. "The past is nothing we can change," she says quietly. And somehow, I know that she's aware of what I've done. "It's what we do next that matters. Speak with her. She will understand that." If Ashford and Clayton are confused, they give nothing away. Instead, they stand there, waiting for me to decide. "So, what will you do?" she asks, giving me little time to even think. June, Kaia, Cole. It's too messy, and it won't end well with me in the middle. "This feels like a bad decision," I breathe. But I nod as I concede, despite myself. "Good, then," Miss Mason says without missing a step. "We can start preparations first thing tomorrow. For now, I must ride to the farm. I have to tell my father and Scarlett." Ashford shakes his head. "That will not go over well." Miss Mason only shrugs. "I have a feeling they won't be all that surprised. Now," she downs her drink with a hearty swig, "I've shown Kaia to the washroom where she can bathe and change into some different clothes for the night." I watch the doorway as if she'll suddenly appear. "Kaia is in the house?" "Yes, but the men, all but Elon, wish to remain outside. Oh, and Clayton," Miss Mason says, glancing at him with a sigh. He looks at her. "Your mother returned from Doc Henderson's with Isabel. Little Izzy was already cornering Kaia in the hallway as I was leaving her to settle into her room." She gives him a sidelong glance. "You know how curious Isabel is. Send Kitty up to save her in a bit, would you?" Gulping down the last of my whiskey, I discard the glass on the table and head for the door. "There are some things I need to tend to," I mutter, though mostly I need to get out of the house. "Mr. O'Brien," Miss Mason says, stopping me in the doorway. "Thank you." Her mouth quirks with understanding. "I know you don't think your presence is needed, but I will feel better having a familiar face with me on this trip." "It's the peace I'm worried about, Miss Mason. If Kaia finds out that I'm the one who shot her cousin, all your efforts for peace could be for nothing." The crease in her brow softens. "Then," Miss Mason starts, "she mustn't know. Peace is too important." My mouth parts in shock as she pats my arm, and Clayton and Ashford stare between us. "Tell June I'm sorry for stealing you away again," Miss Mason adds. And just like that, she leaves, and I stare at the large front doors as they close behind her. Pure-hearted Miss Mason just gave me permission to lie to Kaia. I should be grateful that I don't have to tell her the truth. And yet, not telling Kaia
makes the back of my neck bead with sweat. Kaia's men would have done the same thing if they'd seen one of us, Clayton says, trying to reassure me, just as they did to my father. I nod, and feeling grounded again, I put my hat on my head and leave Ashford and Clayton to worry about the logistics as I make my way for the front door. I'm about to reach for the handle when a clatter reaches my ears from somewhere upstairs. My first thought is Isabel is up there and ill. "Clayton!" I call, hurrying up the stairs. I take them two at a time and fleetingly register the richly embellished wallpaper and the family portraits as I hurry down the hall. There's another thunk, and a light emanates from a partially open door. "Miss Isabel?" I'm about to ask if she's okay or if she's gotten herself into some trouble, but when I creak the door open, it's Kaia I find inside. She's on her knees on the tiled floor of the washroom. "Are you all right?" Without thinking, I step in and reach for her arm to help her up. Frantically, Kaia shakes her head. I barely register Clayton's voice coming up the stairs as I take in Kaia's dark hair hanging around her in a wet veil as she uses the edge of her towel to dab the rug. "I made a mess. Help me." She peers up at me through long black lashes. Her green eyes are wild, and for the first time her face is absent of cracked and faded paint. My eyes rake over her. Droplets of water glisten on her skin in the dying evening light that filters through the window, and her tattooed chest heaves beneath the towel she hugs around her otherwise naked body. Heat fills me, and I can't bring myself to look away. "Luke," she pleads, gripping her towel tighter. "Help me." Her eyes are frantic as they dart from me to the stains in the carpet. I force my gaze from her and refocus. Vials of soaps and oils and shampoos have fallen off a tray beside the tub. I crouch down as she commands, even though I know I should turn and leave the room immediately, putting as much distance between us as possible. "I spilled them. They are Joe's and—" Kaia's arm brushes mine in her haste, sending a hot tingle through me. "It's fine," I tell her, leaning away, though the fragrant oil I smell isn't likely to come out of the rug. Kaia tucks her long hair behind her ear as she sits back, staring at the mess she's made, and, of their own accord, my eyes shift to her chest again, covered by the towel, but right beside me all the same. I swallow, my throat suddenly dry, and I jolt to my feet. "Just leave it. You should put clothes on, and you should keep the door shut when you're half naked." I grit out, and as abruptly as I entered, I leave the washroom. "The servants will clean it," I call over my shoulder, pulling the door closed to give her privacy. Clayton stands by the banister, staring at me in confusion. Fisting my hands at my sides, I hurry past him and back down the stairs. I know Kaia isn't familiar with our ways, but no matter what part of the world she's from, she can't be ignorant of her effect on men. "What happened?" Clayton asks from the landing. With a groan, I hurry out the front door, ignoring Clayton's curiosity as I slam it shut behind me. Chapter 27. Luke. The sky is clear and blue as Tuck and I trot toward the Mason farm to meet up with the rest of them. The harsh sun is present as usual, and by all accounts, it's as good a morning to travel as any. But blue skies are changeable, and once we're in the Deadlands, we're at the weather's mercy. I push what is out of my control from my mind and focus on what comes next, a peace that will provide access to water, even if we're not sure how yet. I took my time saying goodbye to June, uncertain how long I will be gone this time. June assumed I lingered to avoid Kaia, even if she didn't exactly know why. Her skeptical gaze and muttered comments were obvious. The other day, after the washroom incident, I couldn't think straight. And not just because I'd seen Kaia half naked. She's beautiful, and it's not as if it's escaped my notice all this time. But seeing her dripping wet wasn't something I could ignore either. We're barely allies, and yet the wild look in her eyes and the sensation of her arm brushing mine, I can't get it out of my head. I pulled Tuck to a stop outside the farmhouse, noticing Ashford, the Masons, and Toby at the steel-plated wagon parked by the barn. Focus is what I need, not distraction, especially knowing what I've done. No, hiding from her what I've done. I noticed Tarek, Alo, and Elon feeding and watering the horses as Tuck heads down the hill. Good, because it's going to be a long trek back to the mountains. Scarlet and Toby lead a calf out of the barn, though Toby doesn't seem happy about it, and Kaia's beside them. Clayton, Pele, Ashford, and Yancey load crates and sacks into the wagon. While I'm apprehensive about the journey back to Kaia's village, I'm glad that by tomorrow night I'll know Jacob is safe and will be out of the elements.
But,
Toby complains.
Joe shouldn't go alone. It's not safe.
He pets the tawny calf on the nose.
Joe can take care of herself,
Miss Scarlet assures him.
And Mr. O'Brien will be with her.
Miss Scarlet nods at me as I dismount Tuck.
And don't you dare get any ideas, she warns him. I need you here to protect the farm while your father's tending to business.
We will take care of Joe, Kaia assures Toby. Her gaze flicks to Miss Scarlet knowingly, and as they tie the calf to the wagon, Kaia notices me. Uncomfortable under her gaze, I look away.
Ah,
Miss Mason says as she walks out of the barn with sand scarves and capes in her arms. She drapes them over the wagon wheel.
There he is. We thought maybe you'd changed your mind.
Though Miss Mason is kidding, her voice is flat, and I can tell she's curious what's taken me so long. Or perhaps she assumes she already knows. I was seeing to June, making sure she has what she needs, I explain. Without you here to check on her, she's likely to get herself into trouble. Miss Scarlet approaches and rests her hand on my arm reassuringly as I pull Tuck's reins over his head.
I'll check on her every day, she promises. She'll want for nothing.
I nod in thanks, and Kaia reaches for Tuck.
He should eat and drink with the others,
she starts, but I sidestep her. I'll tend to him, I say, and lead Tuck to the trough. That earns me a disconcerted look from Elon and Miss Mason, but I ignore them and drape the reins over the hitching post, giving Tuck slack so he can slurp with the others. With a pat on his neck, I turn around, only to stop short. Kaia stands directly behind me. Our eyes meet.
Did you leave onion broth and—
Yes, I did.
And she knows to drink it with—
Yes, Kaia. She'll be fine, I say, wondering when she became so worried about June. Kaia frowns, practically glaring at me, and I move to step around her. She reaches for my arm.
Why are you being strange?
Her glare hardens.
You have been different since I met your June.
I'm not being strange, I tell her. I'm just anxious to get this trip over with. Thwarted, Kaia drops her hand but says nothing else as I walk over to the wagon. While the others head for the mill to gather more provisions, I climb inside to organize the goods into one corner so the calf can have the other. The scent of corn husks and burlap mingles with that of the metal enclosure, and sand grinds under my boots as I crouch down. I notice rolls of furs and a basket of leather bands and beaded jewelry I've seen in the market, some of the items the men have brought back over the years, and I assume it's another of Miss Mason's peace offerings. When I turn around, she's standing there with a faraway look on her face as she peers inside the metal-sided wagon.
Joe,
Miss Scarlet says softly as she stops beside her sister.
What is it?
She stares into the wagon at me, confused by what's captivating Miss Mason's attention so completely. Miss Mason blinks. "I was remembering the first time one of these wagons came to the farm," she says quietly. And after a drawn-out breath, her eyes meet her sister's. "Mama's body was inside." I swallow thickly. According to rumor, that was the day the old marshal took Miss Mason, only a little girl at the time, away too. The day her life changed forever. And not for the first time, I try not to wonder what scars were left on Miss Mason's body as a result. "Will there even be room for Belle?" Toby asks, stepping up beside them. As I jump out, he climbs inside to take a peek. "Yes, plenty for a calf for a couple of days," I promise him. "And don't worry, she'll be protected from any storms while she's in there." Toby studies me thoughtfully, and I wonder if he's uncertain whether or not he should believe me. "Come on, Tobias," Ashford calls. "Help me saddle the rest of the horses so they can get on their way. They have a long journey ahead of them." My eyes linger on Kaia as she helps Ashford and Toby with the horses, and I try not to appreciate the way her cheek lifts slightly with amusement as Toby bombards her with questions. But when something warm floods my chest, I force myself to look away again. It's going to be a long journey indeed.
Chapter 28. Kaia. Something doesn't feel right as we make our way across the valley floor, the Deadlands, as Joe and Luke call it. There's an unease I hadn't expected in leaving Sagebrush, a void, like the gods have abandoned us. I feel the absence of the spirit's presence, akin to leaving the mountain with a bow but no arrows, or finding an empty deerskin when you're in dire need of water. Have I made a grievous error in bringing the Soshos back to the mountain? Until now, it's felt right to bring them to my people, though I wonder if the spirits disagree with my decision, even if it's too late to turn back now. I scan our group to see if something is amiss. Tarek sits with Joe in the wagon, both of them quiet and focused on the barren landscape around us. Luke rides with Pele, Yancey, Alo, and Elon on horseback, flanking the wagon with me. We won't arrive at the village until the fires are lit sometime tomorrow, and perhaps my uneasiness is justified, because I have no idea what will happen once we arrive. Even Shade seems out of sorts. His ears shift every which way, and he startles at the slightest skitter of a lizard in the underbrush as we pass. My gaze drifts to Luke. He and Rain walk at a steady pace on the other side of the wagon. All of us are careful not to tire the horses too soon, or jostle the calf too much in her hideaway home. It eases my mind knowing that, yes, I return with 2 Soshos, which will only fuel my people's apprehension, but I offer them a cart of food and the promise of more as well. After a few moments lost in thought, I realize several strands of my hair continue to come loose from behind my ear, and another strong wind rushes past me. My legs tighten their hold on Shade's girth to steady myself, and I peer up at the sky that has darkened to the color of wet sand. The rolling clouds ahead are all too familiar. Joe covers her face with the sand scarf wrapped around her neck, and when I look at Luke, he nudges Rain closer to the wagon to close the only open shutter against the impending storm. The shift in the air. It's what fills me with unease, I realize, and stare out at the roiling clouds in the distance. "How long?" I call to Joe. I've never been in a sandstorm on the valley floor before. In the foothills, there are places in the canyons and caves to hide, but out here, where it's flat and desolate, we are far too exposed.
20 minutes, if that, Luke says with a tinge of urgency as he trots up to us. There's an abandoned barn through those mesquites. He points toward a cluster of dead trees, practically a speck on the horizon. I've maintained it well. His eyes sweep the size of our group. And if we hunker down, we should be okay. The cart will be fine outside. I think of the glass and metal encased crops back at the farm, and the buildings in town lined in heavy, glinting metal. For the first time, I appreciate how necessary such a shelter is out here. Elon rides up, his attention claimed by the churning clouds coming from the left. "We must hurry," he says, his voice grave. "There's shelter ahead," I tell him as the wind lashes again, carrying my voice with it. "Follow Luke." Elon nods, and without a moment's hesitation, he shouts the plan to Pele, and Tarek and Joe speed up the wagon as much as they can. We all knew pulling such a heavy, steel-covered load would slow us down, but bringing it was a chance we were willing to take. Now it feels foolish. "Pull your goggles down and wrap the scarves around your faces," Luke orders over his shoulder from the front of the line. I can barely hear him with the wind howling in my ears and the creaking wagon beside me, but I do as he does, and pulling at the scarf, I try to cover my mouth. But the scarlet-colored fabric is torn from my grasp and the wind whips it away, making Shade spook. He rears, nearly flinging me off, then veers away from the group. As he gains speed, I pull on his reins to stop him or steer us back to the others, but he gallops faster than he's ever run before. I tug and tug, my heart pounding with fear, but Shade does not slow and he does not turn. The ropes burn my hands as he tears them from my grasp, only running faster and further away from everyone, toward the safe haven of home and the mountains and into the storm. But the foothills are too far away. There's nothing I can do to stop him, and terror swallows whatever composure I have left. I considered jumping off, but I'm too frightened. I'd be stranded, perhaps even injured, and then what would I do? Wind burns my eyes as I squint, trying to see the others. The wagon is miniature in the distance, and I watch it continue toward the barn without me. Blinking against the wind, I see a blurred mass moving toward me. I'm desperate to pull my goggles down over my eyes so I can open them fully, but I'm afraid to let go of Shade's mane, which is all I have to hold on to. I recognize Rain's rust-colored coat as he and Luke ride closer, and I'm pulled between guilt and worry for him, then gratitude. Squeezing my eyes shut, I clench my legs tighter around Shade, knowing he can't possibly run any faster than he is, and I loosen my grip on his mane with one hand, determined to pull the goggles over my eyes so I can at least see. Though the goggles are an instant reprieve, my eyes still burn from the sand and wind, and I faintly hear Rain galloping up behind us over the roar of the storm. The roan stallion is taller and younger than Shade, so he gains on us more quickly than I expect. Our horses' sweating bodies nearly collide as Luke reaches for Shade's lead rope, my legs slamming into his as Rain knocks Shade off course, forcing him to slow down. Luke doesn't try to take Shade back to the group, but keeps us running, urging the horses onward, tugging at Shade's rope to follow as Rain runs for his life. When I realize the dark clouds are nearly on top of us, my momentary flood of relief subsides, and everything happens so quickly. My heart hammers against my chest. My throat is dry, and my face and nose are raw against the harsh wind. The sand stings every inch of exposed skin and clings to my lips. Only when I'm jolted forward do I realize we've reached the foothills. The horses' hooves clack against the slick boulders, and I see a familiar tree, bent from years of bolstering the storms. "That way," I shout, praying to the gods that I'm right about the cave up on a ledge. This time it's me who takes the lead. I push my fear aside and urge Shade as fast as he'll run toward the old mesquite where I remember picking blossoms and leaves off as a child. As we ride closer, the ledge comes into view, and I heave with relief. I point up to the cave we'd slept in. It's rough terrain, but it's our only option. As the storm settles over us, Luke's horse climbs without any urging from him, up the ridge on unsteady but determined legs, and Shade follows behind him. The wind howls and knocks us into the mountainside, but we're so close, I can see the cave opening. Then, the entire world shifts as Shade loses his footing. He scrambles as his legs give out, and my screams are lost in the wind.
Chapter 29. Luke. Everything slows as Kaia's horse loses his footing. "Jump!" I shout, praying she can hear me over the wind. "Kaia, jump!" I pull back on Tuck's reins to slow him, but he pushes against me, knowing safety is only a few strides away. Shade's neck whips back as he struggles for purchase. "Kaia!" But it's no use. Her stallion loses all footing and begins to slide off the edge, his legs and neck flailing. I can see it in her eyes and etched on her face. Fear and understanding. Just when I think she's not going to let go, that she'll go down with him, a scream tears from her throat and she lurches for a tree limb growing out of the cliff. Kaia's arms and legs wrap around it as her horse falls. And even if she can do nothing, she reaches for him, screaming his name. Her grip on the tree slips, and she looks as if she's about to give up when her horse hits the ground 15 feet down. She cries, watching in horror as Shade struggles to stand, barely visible through the thickening storm. But I force myself to focus on Tuck and Kaia. The path is too narrow to turn Tuck around, so I give up struggling against him and let him run to the cave. Once we're out of the storm, I jump off and rush back into the wind that nearly knocks me to my knees. I can barely see in the loose sand that stings my body, despite my clothes and headscarf. When I reach Kaia, she's clinging to the tree, barely. "Kaia, take my hand," I call to her, reaching as far as I can. "Grab on!" She cranes her neck to see me, finally unfurling herself from the tree, though her eyes shoot back to the ravine, still shouting as her horse struggles at the bottom. Shade's legs are broken, and there is no hope for him. I reach for her hand, pulling her closer until her feet hit the ground. "Hurry!" Her hair whips against me, and she pulls away to peer down at her horse again. "Kaia, now!" I tug on her arm as she shouts once more, but I feel the resolve in her fade as her pull against me slackens and she allows me to bring her in. We've barely made it through the mouth of the cave when she falls to her knees. I'm not sure how many ragged breaths I take before I realize she is a heaving, shaking leaf against my chest, and I hold her tighter. Burgeoning flames crackle in the small pit that, by the looks of it, has burned many fires before. It's cold in the cave, but safe, and with the wind howling eerily outside, it's too loud to hear Shade's squeals and whinnies any longer. Kaia stares at the fire, unblinking and distant as she has been for the past hour, but I've said nothing. What is there to say? "I thought you were going to die. I'm sorry about your horse." I've seen her with Tuck and Shade, and I've heard her whispered chants and prayers. Shade is more than an animal to her. I've been around her people long enough to understand that. She's bloodied and bruised, cut from the sandstone cliff or maybe the mesquite branch she clung to. But she doesn't notice the blood dripping down her arms, reddening her hands. Or maybe she just doesn't care. "He was my father's horse," Kaia finally says. Her voice is barely a whisper, and with eyes fixed on the flames, she wraps her arms around her folded knees. "Elon warned me not to bring him. I did not listen." There's a vacancy in her green, unfocused eyes that worries me. "At least you're okay." I feel unexpected relief telling her that, and clear my throat. "Your people would much rather lose a horse than you. You're taking them food and the promise of peace. If one horse's life is the price, then I'm sure your people would gladly pay it." But the moment her eyes shift to mine, empty of everything but fire shadows, I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. There's a sadness in her that goes beyond the loss of a horse. a sadness that floods her eyes, making them shimmer and her nostrils flare. She doesn't say anything else. She stares through me before, slowly, she nods and curls herself into a ball beside the fire, her back to me. Her furs were tied around her horse. Her weapons are gone. Any totems and keepsakes she brought back with her are lying in the ravine with her dead or suffering horse. Kaia has nothing but the flames to keep her warm. Though I've heard of patrols losing men and horses to storms, I've never experienced it for myself, and it's the most horrific thing I've ever witnessed. The helplessness, the unbridled horror. I glance over at Tuck, head drooped and finally calmed and settled in the safety of the cave. To me, Tuck is just a horse, my partner, but still a horse. He's not a creature in a world ruled by spirits and healing chants, where every little thing has a greater purpose. And yet, imagining him outside in the thrash of the wind tears me apart inside. While Kaia and I have both lost our friends and fathers in this war between peoples, she's lost her cousin because of me, and now her beloved horse, all in a matter of days. I want to comfort her, only I'm not sure how or if it would even be welcome. So I let Kaia grieve in silence, even if it leaves me with a pit in my stomach so hollow I feel sick. After a moment, she begins to shiver, though I'm not sure if it's from the cold or because of her heartbreak. Rising to my feet, I untie my sand cape and step around the flames to drape it over her. When her eyes pop open and meet mine, they are filled with tears, though still she doesn't cry. "Thank you," she whispers, and with a nod, I reclaim my place by the fire, grateful we have that at least.
Chapter 30. Kaia. I wake to a distant sound I can't quite make out in my muddled state. Sunlight pours through the cave opening, washing over the small fire pit that's only crumbled embers now. I'm not sure how long I've slept, though darkness seems to have come and gone as fleetingly as a raven's shadow from above. My arms scream at me as I push myself up, and the weighted heat enveloping my sides from my shoulders. My furs. I eye them a moment. They're silky soft between my fingers, and my roll of clothes, my quiver, and my bow and arrows are in a pile next to me. Sand sticks in the downy feathers, and some of the arrows are snapped in half. But none of this was here before I fell asleep. I'm torn between gratitude and sadness as thoughts of shade creep back into my mind, though I try to push them away. My body aches as I straighten, and I glance around the cave. Luke is gone. Remnants of sand still float in the air from the storm, and a noise, a thud, is coming from outside. Climbing to my feet, I spot the blood staining my vest, my arms, and the edges of my fingernails. I press the tender flesh of my upper arm and wince. It was almost much worse than this, I remind myself, and an echo of my terror as I clung to the tree rattles through me. Exhaling a shaking breath, I leave my wounds to worry about later. My muscles are sore and stiff from sleeping on the ground as I make my way toward the mouth of the cave, and blinking, I step out into the sunlight, uncertain I'm prepared to see what lies at the bottom of the ravine. The sun is warm against my face, and holding my breath, I force myself closer to the edge. Luke is below, hacking away at the brittle branches of the mesquite tree. I'm confused at first, thinking that maybe he's cutting more firewood to keep us warm. Then I notice a heap of brush, and one of Shade's dark legs sticking out beneath it. My chest tightens, and a lump forms in my throat, and I glance back at Luke. His sleeves are bunched up around his elbows, his shirt drenched and his muscles straining. Sweat glistens on his neck and brow, and his dark hair clings to his temples as he heaves one breath and then another, chopping the sturdy branch as best he can with a small hatchet. Straightening, Luke rolls his shoulders and stretches his neck. I can almost hear him taking a steadying breath as he runs the back of his arm over his forehead. When he notices me on the ledge, his eyes linger for half a breath before he goes back to chopping the splintered branches from the tree. It isn't shade and sadness that fills my heart, so full it's brimming, but Luke and an indescribable sense of gratitude. Gratitude for coming after me, and for this. Gratitude, an emotion I never thought I would feel because of him. Licking my dry lips, I start down the narrow, winding path to the valley floor. I ignore the tightness of my wind-burned skin and the pounding of my head as I make my way to Luke, still wailing on the tree. He doesn't falter or slow, and I don't bother him, because in truth, I'm not sure I can find the words. Without exchange, I gather a pile of brush, discard it at his feet, and carry it over to the mound covering most of Shade.
I didn't know if you, Luke says behind me as he catches his breath, if you wanted to bury or burn him. He steps up beside me and drops another pile of brush on the ground. I figured covering him was best for now.
His voice is kind and strangely comforting, and my gaze meets his. For the first time, I don't see a Sosho in front of me. I see Luke, the man, with gray-blue eyes the color of a misty morning, hooded with a sadness of his own. I see the scar on his brow and the slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes for what they are. A hard life I know nothing about, and I realize how unfairly I've judged him. Thank you. The words are only a breath that escapes past the lump in my throat. This is a kindness I did not expect.
Yeah, well, he starts and glances away. I don't want to rush you, but we need to decide soon. Your men are searching for you. I'm sure they're scouring everywhere.
I nod slowly. Looking for you too, I remind him. With a quick bob of his head, Luke walks back over to what's left of the brush and brings it over to the pile.
Do you want me to finish covering him?
He looks from the brush in his hand to Shade's body. I'll do it, I say quietly, and take the prickly mesquite clippings from his arms. I begin to scatter them over the only parts of Shade that remain. They'll see the smoke if we build a fire, I say, knowing what must be done. As I lay the last sticks on Shade's lifeless body, I think of my father sitting tall on his back when he returned from hunting, both of them painted in white shades of victory. Do not stand at my grave and weep, I whisper. I am not there. I do not sleep. I remember the day my mother taught me how to tie my hair back with a strand from Shade's tail. When you awake in the morning hush, I am the swift, uplifting rush of quiet birds in circled flight. I remember sneaking into the stable with the horses and falling asleep in Shade's stall, dreaming of the adventures we'd have together when I was old enough. My eyes blur with unshed tears, and I swallow my self-pity away. Do not stand at my grave and cry. I am not there. I did not die. My spirit is still alive. I lick my lips as a single tear falls from the brim of my lashes. Farewell, old friend. Luke pulls striking stones from his back pocket and hands them to me. Kneeling down, I pull some dry grass from between two rocks and tuck it under the branches. It takes a few tries before they light, but soon the tinder smokes and catches fire, and eventually the branches catch with flames. The smell is horrible and impossible to ignore, but serves as a cutting reminder of my mistake. Wordlessly, Luke and I walk back up to the ledge, both of us knowing what unpleasantness is to come. But while Luke goes back into the cave, I peer down at the crackling flames and the smoke as it begins to billow. As the flames grow, my thoughts drift and my mind fogs over. I welcome the warm breeze against my skin, and I feel relief and gratitude that Shade was able to bring me to safety, even if he never made it himself. I watch the smoke rise and twist and swirl as it catches in the breeze above, and after a while I hear a familiar bird call. "Luke," I call over my shoulder, though my eyes don't leave the valley floor beyond the break in the rocks. I don't hear his footsteps over the crackling branches and flames below, but I feel Luke's presence behind me and nod toward the mouth of the canyon. Elon and Waka trot into view, and then I hear the rattling of the wagon and the rising chatter of Pele and the others. What I don't expect to find is Tarek on horseback, and Joe in the wagon with a smaller form sitting beside her. "Toby?" Luke rasps as my eyes widen. Toby stares at us, shamefaced, and Luke and I glance at one another, confused. We hurry down to the bottom as the others pause to appraise the mound of flames before dismounting their horses. Elon's expression crumples with confusion and concern as he walks toward me, barely able to tear his eyes from the blaze. I'm scarcely able to keep my emotions in check as I stand before him, watching his understanding settle into place as he takes the sight of me in. And in an instant, he pulls me against him. "I am here," he breathes. Squeezing my eyes shut, I soak in Elon's strength and warmth, his relief that I am okay, and his sympathy, for only Elon can truly understand the depths of my regret and misery. His arms tighten around me, and I grip his vest with all the strength I have left. "What's with the fire?" Toby asks, and I hear his feet thud to the ground as he jumps out of the wagon. Joe shushes him, and when I open my eyes, I meet her saddened gaze. Tarek, Pele, Alo, and Yancey pass me, bowing their heads in regret as they go to pay their respects closer to the fire. When I look at Joe again, then at Toby standing beside her, she arches an eyebrow and shrugs. Apparently, we had a stowaway.
Chapter 31. Luke. Hours pass, and the sun-soaked day turns to bone-chilling night as we make our way up the mountain single file. We don't stop for the night, though we break every so often to let the horses rest and to check on Toby, nestled in furs inside with the calf. Though I'm sure Miss Mason had a thing or two to say about the boy sneaking on board when she first found him, she doesn't show her displeasure now. Perhaps because it's pointless, there's no turning back. Miss Mason doesn't baby him, though, either. While Toby had undoubtedly been frightened after holing himself away in the wagon with the calf during the sandstorm, he is one of us for now, which is what he wanted. It's easy enough to imagine Miss Scarlet's tears and fretting upon learning he was gone, and Ashford cursing himself for not locking the boy up like I'm sure he'd contemplated. But I can't say I'm all that surprised to see him. The ice-cold wind whips around me, burning my eyes, though my face is covered with my sand scarf instead of a sack this time, and the furs shrouding me stave off the worst of the chill. Was it really only days ago that I hated these people, and I was their captive? I'd come to ignore the healing flesh on my wrists, but suddenly I feel it acutely. Now, the days between then and this moment are like a lifetime, and I can hardly comprehend what I'm feeling. The wagon creaks, the horses' hooves clack in a droning rhythm against the granite path, and I find myself glancing back at Kaia, sitting next to Miss Mason on the wagon, horseless and her face a mask of indifference. Or maybe it's exhaustion. Eventually, the pale gray of daylight brightens the horizon. The pass to the village is steeper than I remember, but I can see the path's jagged incline etching up the mountain as far as the misty sky allows. Something shimmers on one of the rocky cliffs ahead, and I squint in the muted sunlight. Elon, ever the watchman, remains focused with his gaze straight ahead, unblinking, and Tarek, a few paces behind me, dozes as if he's made this journey 100 times before. "Wait," I say, bringing Tuck to a stop. He heaves out a breath, the fringe of his russet mane catching in the breeze. Elon pulls his paint horse to a stop, and the wagon creaks to a halt as the others murmur. "Miss Mason," I say, glancing behind me. Her brow furrows with confusion. Her nose is pink with cold, despite the fox fur framing her face. "Wake Toby," I tell her as I dismount. I can't help the smile in my voice, almost giddy with disbelief. Miss Mason doesn't argue, and climbs down from the wagon. Kaia does the same and walks over to me, pulling her furs tighter around her. Her lips shimmer in the morning light as she licks them. "What is it?" she asks, her voice hoarse from disuse. Toby grumbles behind us, climbing out of the wagon, and I grin. "Look," I say. "Snow." I point to the glistening ridges of the protective stone peaks, speckled with white. I can almost smell it, sharp and crisp, unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Snow is a thing of legends in Sagebrush, ancient history we've only heard stories about or seen in faded pictures. Removing my glove, I step closer and brush my hand over it. A surprising jolt shoots through my fingertips, so cold it almost hurts. And I grin. "Touch it," I urge as Toby and Miss Mason come up beside me. Toby's eyes are no longer drooping with sleep, but wide with childlike awe I've never seen in them before. "Is this snow?" he asks with a grin, and he grabs a handful of it, immediately dropping it and shaking his hand as if it burned him. "Who would have thought?" Miss Mason murmurs. She reaches out to touch the rock covered with it, and the snow molds to the shape of her finger. I hear the splat before Toby stumbles into Miss Mason and snow falls from his back onto the ground. The three of us turn on our heels, greeted by 6 amused and watchful faces. But it's Tarek, who has a mischievous gleam in his eyes. He barely cracks a smile before grabbing a handful of snow and throws it at Toby's chest with a laugh. "You swine!" Toby calls, laughter bubbling out of him. He grabs a handful of his own, throwing it at Tarek and missing as the warrior weaves his way around the wagon, out of reach. Whatever fear or distrust Toby has around them vanishes as he plays. "Careful!" Miss Mason tells them as they spook the horses, but she and I can't help but laugh. Yancy and Alo join in the fun, while Kaia, Elon, and Pele watch from the sidelines, their expressions unchanged. "I guess it's a good time for a break," Miss Mason muses and heads back to the cart. Elon and Pele go to tend the horses, muttering among themselves as Toby and Tarek's laughter ricochets off the cliffs. I reach out and touch the snow again. Surprise and awe makes my chest lighter than it's felt in as long as I can remember, and I can't help my smile as I peer at the snow-covered mountainside. Kaia steps up beside me, her arms hidden inside her furs. There's been a strangeness between us since the cave, something unspoken and uncharted, and it makes me more uneasy than ever. I scan the snowcaps. No wonder it's so damn cold up here. Kaia is thoughtful for a moment, watching me as I draw a circle in the snow. My fingers are numb, but I don't care in the slightest. "There is snow most of the year," she says. "Only nearer the top, where the rocks are flatter and the sun shines a little, will it melt? I glance at her, imagining how different her childhood must have been from all of us who grew up on the desert floor. We had tumbleweeds and gopher holes to play with. Kaia had snow. An image of her, younger and smaller, flashes to mind, playing with a little Tarek, as Toby does. Kaia's eyes shift over me thoughtfully as well. I'm not sure what she's thinking, but her expression is soft and silent. She seems different than before, though I know she is the same person she's always been. Her eyes are more emotive, and her features more striking. I peer up at the snow again, feeling lost in this place with these people. I wish June could see this. Snow, beautiful and tangible, right in front of me. Something she never would have believed in a million years. The further up the mountain our horses climb, the more at ease Elon becomes. He cracks a smile at something Tarek and the other men joke about, the first smile I've ever seen on his austere face. Their horses seem to move faster too, knowing they draw closer to home. But Kaia doesn't look anywhere but straight ahead, her expression unreadable. Perhaps it's the heaviness in her heart, or the weight of what's to come. But she doesn't say a word as the mouths of the tunnel leading into the mountain come into view. I see Akima first, wrapped in furs as he peers down at us from one of the ledges in the near darkness. His black hair catches in the wind, and his narrowed features are an unmistakable sign of his displeasure in seeing me again. A few other men step into view and call a welcoming cry, their relief obvious. Even some of the unfamiliar faces smile. But not Akima. Tarek and Pele call back to them, no longer in English, which I'd grown used to. It serves as a necessary reminder that we're no longer in familiar or welcome territory. Not entirely, at least. When I look over my shoulder at Miss Mason, she's already staring at me. Her expression is apprehensive, but I nod in reassurance, though I have a feeling that, while she may be nervous, Miss Mason will be far more welcome here than me. When the horses finally reach the plateau where the men wait, Elon, Tarek, and the others are off their horses before they come to a full stop, and Kaia is jumping off the wagon, eyes locked on Akima. I have to wonder what their relationship is, seeing how protective he is of her. But I leave them to their reunion as I help Miss Mason out of the wagon. She struggles a little, draped in furs so heavy they seem to weigh her down a bit. I can see her nervousness now, the purse of her lips and the furtiveness of her gaze, shifting around this unfamiliar place with so many new and distrusting faces. "You'll be fine, Miss Mason," I tell her. I don't know what the plan is from here, but I know Kaia will treat us well. Miss Mason and Toby, most certainly. "Please, Luke, call me Joe," she says, squeezing my hand as she rights herself on the uneven ground. "We know each other well enough by now, I think. And we are friends, are we not?" I meet her gaze, which is almost pleading, and realize if this trip didn't warrant a friendship between us, nothing ever would. I nod. "Good," she breathes and tightens her furs around her. Kaia says something to her men, sharp syllables that open the men's expressions with intrigue, save for Akima, who's still frowning. He mutters a reply, eyes lingering on me before they shift to Toby and Joe, and Kaia glares at him before waving us toward the mouth of a tunnel. "Bring your things. The men will tend to your horses, and I will take you in." She glances from Joe to me, pulls her furs tighter around her, and heads into the mountain. While some of the men move to gather our horses, Akima and the two warriors beside him stay as they are, staring at Toby as he jumps out of the wagon. They are confused by his presence more than anything. When Toby spots Akima's callous expression focused on them, he steps closer to Joe as if to protect her. "Keep quiet and all will be well," I promise him, my voice low but reassuring, and Joe reaches for Toby's hand with a smile. "Come," Kaia calls again, a bit more impatient this time, and I hand Joe her roll of clothes from the wagon, then grab my own. I feel Akima's eyes on me as we fall into step behind Kaia and Elon, but I don't look at him. The last thing I want to do is give him a reason to shove me against the rock wall or make our short stay harder than it needs to be. We've had enough of a tumultuous start to last the rest of this trip. Joe and Toby walk hand in hand through the tunnel, not so narrow that my arms brush against the enclosure, but closed in enough that I can hear every step and every breath each of us takes. Tarek walks behind me, and the moment the tunnel opens to the marketplace, lit by flickering torchlight, he and Elon fan out to walk at our flanks. The air in the cave is cool, but the fires stave off most of the chill. The familiar scent of unknown herbs fills my nostrils, and my stomach rumbles. As different as the lives of these people are, their savory broths and spicy incense are calming in a way I don't expect. After our trek across the Deadlands and up the frigid rocky path, we are finally in the safety of the mountain, and I feel a slight relief in that. "They have birds smaller than chickens? And a hawk?" Toby muses, tugging on Joe's arm. His voice is hushed, but filled with amazement. "And goats, huge ones." The mountain goats in a small pen chew lazily as they watch us pass. There are few people in the plaza at this hour, and those who are stop what they're doing. Some whisper to Tarek and Elon as they pass. Their gazes shift between Kaia and the three of us. Kaia is no longer the wounded warrior from yesterday. She walks through this place with her shoulders squared and her head held high as she points to a row of stone huts. "These are where the craftsmen dwell, the woodworkers, clay sculptors, weavers, and beadmakers," she explains, meeting Joe's gaze. Toby peers around, taking in the vast cavern we walk through like ants beneath a stone. Like Toby, Joe's expression is open with awe, and to my surprise, she's not apprehensive, but smiling. "It's magnificent," she breathes. If I'm not mistaken, Kaia's profile twitches with a hint of a smile. "It is quiet for the night," she says, "but tomorrow I will introduce you to Tiva's family." At the mention of her name, my heart double thumps and skitters to a stop as a wash of dread floods through me. And what of Cole's family? Knowing he was the last of Una and Kaia's family, I wonder if he had anyone else. Joe bows her head as if she was expecting such an introduction. "I would be honored to meet them," she says graciously. Then her gaze shifts quickly to mine. A young boy, much younger than Toby, runs out to Kaia, clasping her hand with a goofy grin on his face. He says something I don't understand, but his eyes are bright and tell me all I need to know. He's happy to see her. Kaia rumples his raven black hair, smiling at him. They exchange a few words and both look at us. Before she can say anything, a pretty girl with tired eyes, who is Kaia's age, comes out of the adobe home and clutches the boy's hand. She can't take her eyes off us, and the fear that illuminates them makes me want to keep moving. Kaia says something soft and reassuring as the young woman collects the boy. She offers us a small, waning smile before hurrying back into her hut with the child, squirming as he follows behind her. "This way." Kaia nods up the path toward the dwellings that line the cliff above. I lean into Joe. "I think she's taking us to Jacob." "She takes us to the dungeon, then?" Joe asks. Her voice is a high-pitched whisper. "No, I think it's her home." Joe's brow furrows with confusion, and I shrug, knowing only what I was able to glimpse during my captivity. We continue to follow Kaia up a steep incline in silence. Even Toby is too busy peering around in astonishment to utter a peep as we draw closer to a hut where flickering light illuminates the uncovered windows. When we reach the dwelling, Kaia pauses in the doorway and turns to face us. "This is my home," she explains. It's a silent request that we respect this place, and her. Knowing Una is inside, I nod, as does Joe. When Kaia opens the door, I'm pleasantly accosted by the savory scent that fills my nose, and I expect to see the old woman standing in the stone-walled room, but she's not there. It's strange to think I've passed through this very doorway multiple times, and never once knew exactly where I was. As we step inside, I peer around. The sitting room is filled with wood furniture, furs, and decorative handmade totems, and objects that I can only guess have significant meaning. There are symbols painted on the walls, some of them matching the tattoos I've seen on Kaia's chest, and artwork made of paints and beads and feathers, vibrant and detailed unlike anything I've ever seen. There's a small table and a couple of stools, even a cot in the corner, perhaps more like a couch, and probably where Una sleeps. But the ladder going up to a darkened space above captures my attention most, and I wonder what's up there. There's a shuffle, and the old woman walks out of the hallway. The moment she sees the six of us, her hand flies to her mouth, dropping a wooden bowl. Whatever words she speaks are unintelligible as she raises to tiptoes and wraps her arms around Kaia. Kaia's face reddens, like Toby's does when Miss Scarlet fusses over him. Then she answers Una with a petulant tone before she remembers herself and straightens. Toby leans into Joe.
"She reminds me of Dottie,"
he whispers, and I recall the older woman who did her best to care for him when he roamed the streets like an orphan, before Ashford and Scarlet took him in. Dottie was another victim left in Doyle's wake, killed at his hands simply because he wanted to hurt people. I see the pain on both Joe's and Toby's faces. Joe kisses the side of Toby's head, and when he realizes he's let his guard down, Toby clears his throat.
"She has more wrinkles than Dottie, though,"
he mutters. My face feels as red as Joe's becomes as she tugs on Toby's arm to silence him.
"They speak English,"
Joe reminds him, and Toby averts his gaze as his cheeks turn crimson. Una says something, but Kaia shakes her head and answers in English.
"Much has happened,"
she explains as she removes her furs.
"We have brought food for the people, and I have brought Joe."
She nods in our direction. Una's brow crumples as she sees me.
"So?
No," Kaia waves to Joe.
"She is their leader, and we have much to discuss."
Una barely registers Joe at all as she studies the 12-year-old boy with us, and frowns. I sigh and throw my palms up as I realize the old woman thinks us even more heathenish for bringing a child on our journey.
"He is called Toby,"
Kaia tells Una.
"and you already know Luke."
Though Una looks at me, it's Kaia I watch. It's still strange to hear her speak my name, but I like the way it sounds, much better than Sosho, which she spat out more vehemently than something rancid. Una and Kaia speak back and forth, until Kaia answers with a shake of her head and glances at us. Una seems to understand what I don't, and the old woman swallows, her gaze measuring us a moment before she speaks.
"Welcome,"
she says, her voice raspy. Her attention settles on Toby.
"Wrinkles mean wisdom,"
she tells him. Her voice is flat, but her eyebrow twitches with amusement. I watch as red blooms across Toby's cheeks all over again, and Tarek grunts behind me.
"Thank you for hosting us," Jo says, "though I'm not sure you quite expected it." She offers a fleeting, awkward smile. "But I wonder, may we see Mr. Henderson?" Una and Kaia stare blankly at her. "Our healer," I clarify, and nod toward the hallway where I assume he still resides. "Ah!" Una crooks her finger and motions for Jo to follow her to the holding rooms. Elon and Tarek mutter something and turn for the fire, while Kaia and I follow the others into the hallway, her shoulder brushing against mine. It's as if this area is a separate home entirely. 2 rooms attached to the hallway, both unused and separated from the main living space. Knowing how important Kaia's parents were, I wonder if they had special quarters. Rooms that they no longer use because they're dead. Because of us. At least, her father is. And it feels apt, then, that Kaia would hold us captive in them, though I wonder if she realizes it. I rub my wrists, realizing how strange it feels, no longer tied up like a prisoner. I peek into the first dark room and notice the cot beneath the open window. My room, though there are no guards in the hallway like before. "Mr. Henderson?" Jo hedges as she steps into the furthest doorway that glows with light. "Miss Mason," Jacob chirps. I brush past Kaia and Una and step inside. When Jacob sees me, his eyes widen. "Luke!" He flings his arm around my shoulders, and I drop my belongings at my feet. "I knew you'd come back for me!" Warmth fills my chest, and I clap him on the back. "Of course we did." I take a step back. "It's good to see you, Jake." "What's all this?" Toby asks, already snooping through Jacob's belongings. His books and papers are spread out on his fur-draped cot, and there's a platter with crumbs of food on it placed on a wicker table. "Hard life, eh, Jake?" I say, shaking my head with disbelief, as I realize he hasn't been a prisoner here at all, more like a guest. I'm relieved more than surprised. As if he's only just remembered his manners, Jacob bows his head to Jo. I wasn't expecting to see you, Miss Mason." His brow furrows when he looks at Toby. "Or you, young Ashford." "It's Toby," he says, distracted as he studies the drawings on the walls. Finally, Toby straightens, glancing around sheepishly as the pinch in his features crinkles with discomfort. He sidles up to Jo and leans in to whisper something. Jo straightens. "Oh, yes, Jo glances at Kaia and Una, standing in the doorway. "Do you have facilities?" she asks. "We've been traveling a while." While Una stares at Toby in confusion, Kaia seems to realize Jo's meaning after pondering a moment, and whispers something to Una. A tiny smile tugs at Una's mouth. She clasps her hands in front of her and nods for Toby to follow. Toby leans closer to Jo, apprehensive to leave. "She will not bite," Kaia promises. "Very hard." I try not to laugh at Kaia's stone mask as she says the words. She and Una exchange a few more words, then Una disappears down the corridor, her hand outstretched to Toby as he hesitantly follows. Jo nudges him encouragingly. "I will ready a room for you and Toby," Kaia tells her. I already know what Kaia will say when she looks at me. "You will stay here with your friend." I nod, and Kaia leaves as well. I can't tell if this is Etsy Kaia or an exhausted Kaia after a very long week, but she seems as detached as she was in Sagebrush, perhaps even more so. I detect no relief in her being home as I'd expected. "So," Jo says, pulling my lingering gaze from the empty doorway. She eyes Jacob with a smirk. "You have suffered greatly in Luke's absence, I see." Jacob shrugs, then remembers something, and his eyes alight again. "The grandmother has been teaching me about her herbs," he says, his voice brimming with excitement.
Hope swells inside me, though I try to curb it a little, knowing he hasn't likely learned how to save June already. There is so much to tell you, so much we didn't know about the land. And not all of it good, he adds glumly. He glances between us warily. The good news is there is likely a suppressant for the choke, he starts, and I hold my breath. But it's becoming harder and harder to find the ingredients she thinks we'll need. Everything they need to sustain them has been. He gestures to the charcoal drawings on the wall, pointing to the sketch of the mountain. The trek from Sagebrush is, about 2 days, give or take? I look at him askance, uncertain if I should hold my breath. Something like that. We already knew the saguaro takes years to reproduce, and we've over-harvested. From what the grandmother tells me, with no water, many of the cacti have gone dormant. The ironwoods and mesquites, where they get most of their remedies, food, and wood for building, are stunted or no longer growing at all. There are no shade trees to shelter other seedlings or for birds to nest in. The grandmother, Jacob runs his hands through his dark hair and begins to pace. She has so much knowledge, stuff I've never considered before. If one ecosystem dies out, then they all do. The animals stop coming, other vegetation stops growing, and then what happens? Everyone starves, or has to go further out to find food, I guess aloud. Yes, and the snowy mountains to the north are barely livable, like the sandstorms and drought worsen below. The blizzards intensify here. And what happens when they leave the mountain to go below? He asks the question almost angrily. We kill them. Joe's voice is barely a breath. These people could help us in so many ways, but by making them the enemy, we've damned ourselves as much as we've damned them. But we can change all of that now, Joe says, hopeful. Everything can be different. We've already accomplished so much in only a matter of days. Excuse me, Miss Mason, Jacob says, his voice severe but not unkind. I know you've gone through a lot to get us where we are now, and I do have hope that our people can help each other, but it isn't just peace we need. Nature, this place and everything surrounding it, is dying. The constant wind and sand has seen to that, and no amount of peace talk will fix it. We have to figure something else out, and we need to do it soon because it's not only them it will affect. No remedies without new growth. No new growth without cultivation. No cultivation without protection from the elements. Every word out of Jacob's mouth yields an unexpected, unwanted problem we don't need or have time for, in addition to everything else we're in the midst of. June, the choke, the water, the lies. Well, Joe sighs. We could build more greenhouses and cultivate what specimens we do have left. Greenhouses with what metal? I ask. We have very little, and what we have is for our homes that are crumbling. And we would need shelters to hunker down in during the storms. It would take teams of people and months just to make a little progress. I shake my head and glance at Jacob's and Una's sketches. And we can't get to the cities, no matter what condition they are in now, even if the toxic fogs are gone and they're safe. They're too far, and the weather is too unpredictable. We know how burnt the land to the west and the south is from the lightning storms. Hell, there might not even be any cities left to speak of. Or there could be the Garden of Eden on the other side, and we'd never make it through in one piece to find it. I heave out a breath and shake my head as a heavy silence settles between the three of us. All I can think is that even if we have a remedy for the choke, we still have no water. And even if we get access to the water, we have a decaying world surrounded by a wasteland of sand, and no way to save it. So, now what? I ask, eyeing Jacob. Of all of us, he's had days to think this through, and though there is worry in his eyes, there's a glimmer of something else, too. And as his gaze shifts to the wall again, it hits me. Stone, I whisper, imagining the endless supply on which we stand. Jacob lifts his chin. They know everything about this mountain, and with their knowledge and able bodies, Jake hesitates because he knows just as I do that this is getting messy. We would be relying on them even more than we already are, he admits, and they would obviously have to agree to it. And if they don't, I think aloud, because all I can wonder is how much is too much to ask of them before it seems we're taking more than we're giving back. Well, Joe pauses as someone chuckles in the hallway. Then Tarek and Elon come into the room, carrying an additional cot for me, oblivious to piles of bad news and difficult conversations ahead. They set the cot against the wall, covered in Jacob's charcoal drawings. Then Tarek claps his hand on my shoulder and peers down at my healing wrists. No ropes this time, he says with a wink. Be careful. Tarek chuckles, and he and Elon disappear into the hallway, leaving the three of us to stand in uneasy silence once more. Suddenly, our quarters feel too small to fit the three of us and a world of problems. Heaving out a breath, I turn to leave. I need some air. I nearly run into Kaia. Her eyes meet mine, contemplative as her gaze shifts over my face, lingering a moment too long on my mouth. Swallowing thickly, I step past her. Air. I definitely need air.
Chapter 32. Kaia. Once Joe's room is prepared with a cot, feather blankets, and a candle, I beckon her in. Exhaustion is dark under her eyes, much like Luke's and likely mine, though I don't have fancy oils or a large tub for her to soak in like she's used to. It is sparse, I tell her. For the first time, I question what luxuries Una and I have always had, knowing they are nothing compared to what people have in Sagebrush. But you will be warm and safe. Una sleeps in the front, and I in the room above. Luke and your healer will be just there. I motion down the hall. I don't tell Joe that these rooms are special, despite their appearance, that these were my mother's and father's rooms before their deaths. They've been vacant for years, as we were uncertain what to do with them, and while it felt wrong using them as cages for Luke and the healer, now the rooms are being used for a promise of peace and prosperity for our people. Something my parents would be proud of. Thank you, Joe says, and she picks up her belongings discarded at the door. Una will bring food and drink, and when you wake, I will show you where you may wash. Joe nods with a tired smile, her lips chapped from the wind. With a sigh, she shrugs out of the furs she wore up the mountain, draping them on the end of her cot. Furs that once belonged to us, that her people stole and have had all this time. I clear my throat, trying not to think about it since it will do no good. Do you need anything? With a pensive, uneasy expression, Joe peers around at the mostly vacant space, then walks to the open window overlooking the village. After a moment, she shakes her head. No, thank you, Kaia. Nothing tonight. There's a sadness in her voice, or perhaps it's just exhaustion, but I could tell the conversation I walked in on was not a happy one. What is it? I ask. Even if I don't know Joe well, I can assume, being so close to peace, she would be happier. The fact that she is not can only mean something weighs heavy on her. Leaning against the wall, Joe stares out the window as I've caught Luke doing before, and I step up beside her, wondering what it is she looks at. I try to see what she sees with curious, assessing eyes. A sleeping village, completely still with the exception of flickering torchlight and the whistle of the winter wind that storms outside our cave. Or perhaps she sees what Luke sees, a hiding place and retreat for my people, who are running out of warriors to protect themselves. Does it ever feel like nothing you do makes a difference? She says, her voice quiet. That no matter how hard you try, there is always one more thing you must do before you can breathe a sigh of relief? Protecting my people. Becoming the Etsy. Not becoming the Etsy. Food. Peace. Yes, I admit. I know this feeling. Jo crosses her arms over her chest and rests her head against the wall. It feels as if I've been sleeping for 11 years, and now that I've opened my eyes, I will never be able to close them again. Is that what you wish to do? I ask, wondering what sort of life Jo hopes for beyond peace with our people. Close your eyes? She looks at me, her expression unreadable. Even with her oils and farm lush with sustenance, I know Jo has not had an easy life. I see it in her green eyes haloed with brown, in the way she holds her breath when she forces herself to stop and think, weighing what was, what is, and what could be, as she does now. No, she finally says. I don't wish to close my eyes, not forever at least. But a reprieve would be nice. She says the words almost whimsically. I peer down the length of her, from her white shirt stained with sweat and dirt to her dusty trousers. I think of the storm, of shade, and of all our talk about peace, and it all feels like a distant haze. It should feel good to be home, though it feels strange this time, expectant and foreign in a way. You should rest, I tell her. I will make sure Una brings you something warm to help put your mind at ease, and I will find Toby. Jo's eyes meet mine, and the corner of her mouth lifts slightly. Thank you, Kaia, she says again. I don't know why she smiles. Perhaps it's a gesture made in relief, but either way, I leave her to her thoughts. There is still much to do, so I try not to think about the beckoning darkness of my loft, or of nestling into bed as I walk over to the fireplace and steal a piece of ash cake from the plate. Mana, Una murmurs from the doorway. Her eyes study me as I wipe the crumbs from my mouth. Toby is by her side, though she points at the rooms down the hall, which he retreats toward, hungrily sniffing the spicy broth lingering in the air. My stomach grumbles at the scent of it, just as I imagine his does. Here, I say, tossing him a torn-off chunk of the cake until we bring them food. Toby takes it greedily, muttering a thanks as he shoves it into his mouth, and quickly he hurries to Jo. Una walks over with bright eyes and a basket of tallow candles, I'm assuming for our guests. She glances down the hall at the rustling in the other rooms and seems rejuvenated in a way I've never seen before. Toby's doing, no doubt. She's always loved children, especially the grumbly ones, like Toby. And me. Setting the basket on the floor by the oven, Una walks over to me. I'm glad you've come home, she says, and clasps my cheeks in her hands. She pulls my face down to kiss my forehead. It's as if I can hear every breath she's held in the past week release in a single exhale. As am I reply, and I close my eyes. I inhale the familiar scent of her. Until now, I didn't realize how true that really was. The events of the days past are acute and unrelenting, even as I push them away to think about later. Dwelling on them now, knowing they will come when I close my eyes, seems grueling. Since they've returned with you, she says, taking a step backward, does this mean you've accepted the peace? While I have in many ways, I shake my head. The Kaia who left here the first time, angry and determined, might have accepted or denied whatever I wished. But if visiting Sagebrush taught me anything, It's that a civilization run at the mercy of a single person is cause for disaster, and my people have been through enough. I will bring my decision to the Orenda tomorrow. I will let the elders speak their piece after they listen to what Joe has to say. You cannot bring an outsider into the Orenda, Mana. She is the heart of their people. It is her words that will move them, not mine. They don't even fully trust me. Only some, Una corrects. She runs her hands down my arms and entwines her fingers with mine. But I agree. If you want this piece to work, you must make the elders a part of the decision, even if they only think they are. She winks at me, and though I smile, appreciating how well she understands me, there is much Una doesn't know yet either. What is it? She says softly, her eyes scouring every nuance of unease on my face. What's happened that you have not told me? She takes my chin, tilting it as she brushes it with her thumb and studies the rest of my features. Something weighs heavy on you, and you have scratches on your face and neck. I'm not sure I'm ready to tell her about Shade, but her eyebrows lift and her eyes soften as she registers my hesitation. Mana, tell me what troubles you. I step past her to tear off another piece of ash cake, this time grabbing some cheese. There was a storm. I force out the words. I lost Shade. She gasps, and I can feel it suck the air from the room. I hate to meet her gaze, but I can't help it. I need to see the disappointment in her eyes. It was selfish to take him, stupid even, and it's my fault he is gone. But when I summon the courage to look at Una again, her amber eyes are only cast in sad shadows. I shove the cake into my mouth to tear off another piece, desperate not to speak of it, only she steps forward and steadies my hand. Are you all right? I stare at the half-torn cake in my hand. I survived with only a few scratches. He didn't. That's not my meaning. I hate the weight of her stare against my face, the burn of it. I hate how she can conjure the parts of me I don't want to see, parts I don't want to share. The broken, crumbling parts of me I want to ignore. I'm fine, I tell her, pulling my hand from hers as I straighten. Luke helped me say goodbye. Luke? For some reason that surprises her. Then I realize she likely assumes I would have been with the men. We were all separated when it happened. Luke was there. He helped me. The So-Show. Strangely, her calling him an enemy makes me stiffen, though I know she doesn't mean it the way I always have. He has become your friend. I'm not sure if it's a question or an observation. No, I say quickly. My brow furrows as I open my mouth, uncertain what exactly he is now. I mean, he was there. He helped me. Her eyebrows lift, as if she's realizing something I haven't, but then her wrinkly frown shifts back into place. I know how much Shade meant to you. I am sorry. I was a fool to take him. Elon warned me, but I didn't listen. It's my fault. No, she says, tugging on my arm adamantly. Whatever has happened is meant to be. There is a plan for everything. I ignored the signs, I tell her, and feeling as if I'm 10 years old all over again, tears fill my eyes. Losing what remained of my father and a friend that has been with me for as long as I can remember burns like a hot blade searing against my skin. Kaia, Una grinds out. You cannot control the will of the gods. You cannot control fate. What has happened was meant to be, just as you were meant to go down the mountain and find the So-Shows. All of this is your path. You cannot question it, even if it hurts. It doesn't feel like it's my path,
More like a punishment. A lesson I could have easily avoided if I hadn't been so stubborn. When my shoulders begin to shake, Una pulls me into her warmth and wraps her arms around me. Shh, she soothes. Her grip tightens and she hums in my ear, something my mother often did for me as a child when I had frightening dreams. But my mother is gone. My father is gone. Cole and Shade are gone. And I'm so exhausted, I'm not sure I can even muster up the tears to cry anymore. You need sleep, Una finally says, and brushes my hair away from my face. And a bath. Her eyes shimmer with emotion, and I'm tempted to stay and let her dote on me like a grandmother does her granddaughter, but there is still so much to do before I can even think of such things. I have no time for comforts right now. Wiping the tears from my eyes, I straighten. Later, I must check on the food and Akima. He expects me to come to him. She glares at me. The food and Akima can wait. You need rest. Besides, you are Etsy now. You do not have to do anything. No, I'm not, I remind her. It still looms on the horizon. A ceremony before my claiming can be binding. Becoming the figurehead of my people means I will have to leave the Kaia I am now, down in the valley, and embrace the Etsy that will remain here, protected within the mountain, for the rest of my days. But I will remember that the next time you tell me no, I say wryly. This time, I kiss Una's forehead. Please take our guests' food and drink, I whisper. Then I grab my ash cake, quickly backing away from her before she can stop me. I'll be back. Difficult child, she mutters. I arch an eyebrow at her. Is that any way to speak to your Etsy? I flash her a cocky grin, and Una chuckles. Etsy or not, Kaia, you will always be my mana. Remember that, child. And you will never be too old for a tongue-lashing. Double standards, as expected. Amused, I shake my head. I'll be back, I repeat, and head out the door. Chapter 33. Kaia. The more my mind and body settle back to life in the mountain, the more quickly exhaustion seems to settle in as well. Sleep lures the parts of my mind I've been ignoring, and visiting Akima and the men tending to the horses and food we brought back with us seems less important as I get farther down the steps. I tear a piece of ash cake with my teeth to keep myself busy, and notice an outline where a ledge flattens to the left of the stone steps. It's Luke. I can tell by the broad set of his shoulders. His back is to me as he peers out at the darkened plaza, lit only by sporadic torchlight. Luke has found my favorite spot as a child, which bothers me, but I don't blame him for choosing it. It sits high enough to see the whole village and is cast in shadows, preventing him from being noticed. It was where I played with my spirit dolls and practiced mixing paints for Father and his men before they left for hunting trips. What are you doing? I ask. Luke startles and glances over his shoulder. My voice is more disapproving than I expect, but something about the way I swallow thickly makes me wonder if it is Luke that I feel cross with, or myself. I thought you would want to sleep, I say, knowing how exhausted he must be, especially after his efforts to cover Shade's body before I woke. It's hard to sleep when the world is falling apart around you, he mutters. Luke sounds different. Not angry or guarded, but defeated in a way that unsettles me. Is it the words you had with Joe? I ask. They'd looked fraught with indecision, and their eyes held a foreboding I hadn't seen before. He grunts, non-committal. As always, my curiosity gets the better of me, and I tell myself Akima can wait a little while longer. Sitting down beside Luke, I allow my legs to hang over the ledge, like his, and set my quarter of ash cake between us. What were you talking about, Luke?
He stares into the void. "Sagebrush problems," he says, but there's an edge to his voice I don't like, as if I'm incapable of understanding. Are sagebrush problems not our problems? His eyes are dark in the shadows when he looks at me, but I see the way they move over my face and down to my lips before focusing on the marks covering my chest. My skin heats under his gaze. It's not curious like it has been in the past. It's dissecting me. Only now I have no furs to wrap around me and hide behind. "You already know it, Kaia," he says with resolve. "Our people have ruined everything. Something you've mentioned countless times." He huffs a humorless laugh. "But don't worry. You'll still get food for your people. You'll still get your peace." "And you will have water and remedies," I counter caustically. It sounds as if he's blaming me for something out of my control. "Perhaps," he breathes, and brings a metal flask to his mouth, taking a sip. His glassy eyes meet mine. "But unlike your people, we don't get to hide up here, safe in the mountain. We still have bigger problems to face down there." I glare at him. "You say that as if hiding was a choice," I bite out, unable to resist the warm fury suddenly simmering in my veins. "Why are you angry?" "Because I didn't come here for peace," he says, and though I feel like I should be shocked, I can't bring myself to be. It was clear the moment I met Luke that he was only a messenger. "The only reason I did any of this was to help June. And if you can't even find what you need to make the remedies, what good does any of this do me?" I don't bother reminding him it's about more than remedies. It's about water and his entire village. Water June needs. But he already knows that, despite how blind he seems in his frustration. "And I'm pissed because nothing is ever easy and life isn't fair." The moment he says these words, he chuckles to himself, as if he's amused, and takes another drink. He licks his lips and rests his hands in his lap. "And I'm acting like a child because I'm tired of being tired," he utters quietly. "So am I tell him, and peer out at the sleeping village. Smoke drifts from the chimneys of some of the adobes, but they are all dark inside. Other than a baby crying in the distance, all I can hear is the faraway sound of wind and dripping water near the tunnels. "You don't even know if Una's remedies will help your June," I remind him, and Luke's eyes veer to mine. While the words are harsh, they are also true. "Yours did," he says, his gaze shifting to my mouth. "Temporarily, at least." "Perhaps," I whisper, and tear off 2 chunks of cake, offering him one. He's about to dismiss it, but his eyes round slightly. "It is ash cake," I explain, or I shrug. "Bread." His eyebrow arches and he sighs. "I assumed it was bread," he grumbles, and takes the proffered piece. Glaring, I debate whether I should leave him alone with his foul mood. "You are welcome," I say curtly, and plop my piece into my mouth. It's a bit dry, but it's comforting all the same, and fills the burning hole in my hungry belly. It is not as good as yours. We do not have honey and corn like you do. "You know what honey is?" His brow furrows deeply as he tears his bread into smaller chunks. "Yes," I scoff. "I know what honey is." Luke peers around at our stone walls, gesturing as he sighs with exasperation. "Forgive me. I wasn't certain since you live in a snow-topped mountain. I didn't figure you get many bees up here." I laugh at his ignorance, innocent as he seems to be about the truth. "I know all about your foods, Luke. Your tobacco, your corn and honey. Where do you think it all came from?" He snorts and leans back, staring at me as if I can't possibly be serious. "What are you saying? That your people gave us all of that? That you taught us to grow it?" He huffs a laugh, and as much as I dislike that it's aimed at me, I do enjoy the sound of it despite myself. "Gave you, or you stole it. I shrug, almost playfully, enjoying his deepening frown. Suddenly, goading him is the most fun I've had in as long as I can remember. Or perhaps we taught it to you too. But yes, I continue. I've heard the stories all my life, grown up with the legends of life before the Fourth World ended. It's why I've always wished we could live on the valley floor and have a life easier than it is now. Not so removed and cold and difficult. I don't think Luke believes me at first, but his amusement fades and he eyes me carefully. We're both just trying to survive this world, and yet we're still so different. He takes another sip from his flask, his eyes glistening with a new sheen. I smile wryly. Yes, we are. Because we're so evil, right? He mutters. I stare at the mountain goats in their pen by the cheesemaker's home, one of them scratching his back on the rocky cave wall. No, not all of you, I say quietly. But it's true that, even before we retreated so high into the mountain, Soshos have been the monsters in our nightmares. But you already know this. Well, he says coldly, we've learned a bit of history, too, about the heathens we fought wars against, who battled to keep us from settling, who killed our families, innocent women and children who did nothing but search for a better life out here. The people who would take from us all that we had because they thought the land belonged to them alone. And that was why we needed to do everything we could to keep our people in Sagebrush safe, so that we didn't end up like them. We are the heathens, the drifters, I clarify. It's not really a question, but a reminder how precarious this alliance is. I study Luke in his silence. His eyes are dark shadows, flickering in the torchlight that illuminates the path. Am I a heathen to him? Or simply someone he must befriend because it is his duty to his people? Luke takes another sip of his drink and licks his lips. How is it your English is so good? It seems more natural to you than most in your village, even compared to your grandmother, he adds. My parents saw to it, I say, licking my lips. The Etsy must be well versed in all things, since she is the unity that binds us all together, despite our differences. I blink at him, uncertain if I appreciate the awe in his voice, or resent the astonishment more. So, I speak well? He gives me a sidelong look, his dark eyebrows drawing up a little. You know you do, Kaia, he finally says, as if the question is an exhausting one. This time, I roll my eyes at him and snatch the flask from between his thighs. He reaches for it, but I smack his hand away. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Kaia. I lift an eyebrow, emboldened by what sounds like a dare. No? You enjoy it well enough. Yeah, but you'll likely regret it, because I promise you've never tasted something so foul in your life. I watch him as I bring the cool metal to my lips, taking a small sip. Whatever it is, it's like fire on my tongue, and the fumes burn the inside of my nose. Luke is right. It's foul as it goes down, searing my throat and stomach. Well, he says. There's a twinkle in his eyes, and he's barely containing a grin. I can tell by the twitch of his lips and the flash of his dimple on his cheek. It is awful, I admit, staring down at the flask. But I like how warm I feel inside. I take another drink, and Luke's eyes widen. Careful, he chuckles. That's strong stuff. It is strong. I can feel it in my blood, warming me from the inside out, and I welcome the light feeling in my head. Handing his drink back to him, I lean against the rocks, my eyes drawn to his face. Now, I start. Will you tell me what you were so angry about? Licking my burning lips, I wait for him to answer. Everything, he says. His eyes shift around the cavern. The past, the lies, the shift. The what? The shift, the turn of the weather. He waves around the cave. The reason you're in here and we're out there.
all of us barely surviving.
The Great Storm, I realize. The end of the Fourth World.
Yeah, sure.
With a sigh, he leans his elbows on his thighs and peers at the flask he turns over in his hand.
The more I'm learning about everything, the harder it is to imagine fixing it.
He rubs his forehead.
It's overwhelming, and I'm tired.
As am I whisper. We sit in amicable silence as we finish the bread, and strangely, I find that both my stomach and my mind feel a bit better.
So,
Luke says after a few moments.
what do they mean?
When I look at him, he's studying the exposed markings on my chest and neck. The air changes, and a warmth I haven't felt before prickles over my skin and in my stomach. Luke must feel the shift in the air too, because his eyes dart away from mine. They mean many things, I tell him. This figure is the spirit guardian of the world, and my guide in this life. Quail, I say, pointing to the wolf, is my father's totem. Though we honored the lineage of my mother, my father's clan was part of the unification and is very important to our history, to my place here. Luke assesses the markings on my body once more, his eyes focused and glistening as he listens. The Huna, I point to the bear, is the totem of my mother's clan.
I noticed the hand drawn on the wall inside one of the rooms, and carvings of the wolf hanging from the woven pieces you have in the doorways. And the bear is on your bow.
I nod. The bear is also my totem. My father was not here to present a carving to me on my 18th birthday. Elon had the bow made for me in its place. I clear the swelling immensity of that from my throat. The spider is Una, her place as an elder in our village.
And the hand?
Luke asks, his brow furrowing as he nods to my markings again. I place my palm on the center of my chest where all markings outstretch from the dark blue ink of the healing hand. Protection and healing, I say softly. I am my people's hope, the future. I am protected above all others. The words feel forced leaving my lips, but it is the true meaning, even if it feels foolish. I clear my throat and cover my shoulders and markings with my hair. I can still feel Luke's eyes on me, but I ignore it. I'm not sure why, but telling him about our beliefs, even if I don't fully embrace them as Una and the others do, makes me feel vulnerable. Like Luke can see too much, that he can judge me and our ways since we're so different from him. And again, I wonder what he sees when he looks at me. I must tend to some things, I say, and rise to my feet. The air feels cooler the further away I walk without his presence beside me, and I'm a few steps away when Luke calls my name. I peer back at him.
You say my people are the stuff of nightmares, he says, regret a reedy sound in his voice. But yours always have been too.
His gaze lifts from his flask to meet mine.
I know you think we're horrible socios, but we have feared your people killing us in our sleep the first chance you get all of our lives. It's all we've known.
Luke's shoulders slump, and the pain I hear beneath the surface of his words surprises me. Slowly, I nod because I understand what he says, even if the past makes my heart hurt, and my longing to see my family again aches anew. But with that ache comes an unexpected sympathy. And as I walk away, I hate that I can't get Luke out of my head. Chapter 34. Kaia. By the time I'd gotten to the stables last night, only Tarek and Yancey were there, which was probably for the best. All of us were exhausted, and I wasn't sure I had it in me to argue with Akima about bringing the Soshos back with us, though I knew the conversation was inevitable. So, as I make my way back into the storage tunnel to gather an ear of corn, a jar of honey, and tobacco from our hall to show the elders, I'm not entirely surprised to find Akima standing by the crates, staring at the baskets of unloaded provisions. This moment was going to happen, and that it's this morning, before I sit with the elders who will also judge and question me, seems apt. Standing quietly in the entrance, I watch him brood, and my cheeks heat remembering the kiss we shared before I left. Akima is my best friend, and though the kiss between us was unexpected, it wasn't unwanted in the moment. But that seems like a lifetime ago already. I don't know what to think anymore, or how to greet him. So I'm hesitant and linger in the doorway a bit longer. A draft whips through the tunnel, and the brown and gray fur of his cloak catches in the breeze, though he doesn't stir. His shoulders are squared, his arms are crossed over his chest, and with his dark hair pulled back and braided, I notice his jaw flexing in the flickering light from the torch shoved into the carved stone. "You shouldn't have brought them back," he says. He doesn't spare me a glance, but his words are clipped, and aside from his disapproval, concern laces his voice as well. I knew some of the villagers wouldn't understand my reasons for bringing the Soshos, but as Akima appraises the sacks of corn and loaves of bread, I allow myself to revel in what I've accomplished. The smell of the food is sweet, vivid promise of the hope my mother always spoke of, and the reason my father always searched to find peace. To me, the new calf, the provisions, the discussions already had with the Soshos, they embody my parents' legacies and all they ever wanted for our people. What we want and so desperately need is so close. It's just beyond the horizon. And each time I remind myself of that, it becomes easier to forget the dangerous line I'm walking. Finally, Akima turns to me. "How could you do that? Is it not bad enough that you let the first Soshos live? That you brought them here? Now they are back? You brought more, and they know exactly where we are." His disbelief and anger flares off him like the heat of a roaring fire, but I know in my heart I've done the right thing. I only have to find the right words. "It was a risk, yes," I tell him, "but the men didn't fight me on it. They know these people as much as I do. They agreed—" "You are their Etsi," he practically seethes. "They would never argue with you." I scoff. "Tarek? Elon? Please, you know them better than that." But Akima is not amused, and I step closer. Our gazes lock, and I will him to see what I see. "I also brought us food and the promise of peace. Food for your mother and grandmother, for the elderly and the children, but not for my father," he replies, "and not for yours or for Cole. They're all dead, because of them." His words are like acid burning against my skin, eroding through my heart as if I could forget each death that has beaten and broken us over the years. "Not because of them," I correct. "Luke and Joe have not killed our men. The healer frightens at his own shadow." Shaking my head, I let my shoulders fall, uncertain how to make him see. "I don't claim their innocence, Akima, but they are not bad people. Like us, they have lived in fear." He throws his arm up as if he's not even hearing me. "You act as if everything can change. No one here will ever trust them." "I didn't come back without a plan," I grind out. "You haven't been with me the past few days. You know nothing about what I've seen, about what I know now. Do not pretend you—" "What do you know, Kaia? That they are sick and need us? That they are thirsty and need our help in order to survive much longer?" A feverish glint fills his eyes that makes my skin prickle. "Tarek told me all about what they want. They need us. We do not need them." "You say such things out of fear," I tell him, trying to hold my tongue from lashing. "You know as well as I do that we can't afford to continue without peace. Otherwise, there will be none of us left. We will no longer be able to leave the mountain. And then where will we be? I let my words sink in, but Akima's eyes only narrow. You can be blinded by your hatred of them, but we need their ability to grow crops when we cannot. We do not need their food. We've been fine on our own. Then you're more of a fool and coward than I thought you were, I snap. Akima's eyes bulge and he straightens. I only mean that you would call me a coward when all I've ever done is try to protect our people? To protect you? He shakes his head and rests his palms on the stone wall as if he's trying to calm himself. Or perhaps I'm such a disappointment to him he can barely hold himself upright. Though it hurts my heart to anger him, I know I am right in this, and I hold my ground. Akima, Jo made me a promise, and I trust her. Because she is a woman? He rasps in frustration. No, I growl, and take a step closer to him. You have not heard her story. You have not seen the fear in her eyes when she speaks of the men who are responsible for this animosity between us. I am no fool, Akima. I see the uncertainty in Luke's eyes. I ignore the narrowing of Akima's gaze and continue. He still distrusts us, the way I struggle to trust them. We are all afraid, but we are trying. And if we don't learn more about one another, fear is all there will ever be. Slowly, Akima shakes his head, a menacing and incredulous smile parting his lips. You think me a coward, but you are the fool who keeps listening to him, to all of them. Resentment hardens in me like frost over water pools in winter. A fool? His scorn and lack of trust, lack of respect, makes a fire burn somewhere inside me I've never felt churning before now. You may not agree with my decision, I say so flat and so clear, I barely recognize my own voice. But I will be your Etsi, and you will respect it. Akima recoils as if I've struck him. I've never sounded more like my mother, or regretted such words so instantly. I've been fighting my place as Etsi, and now I've used it against him. Because he offended me? Akima's nostrils flare and his jaw sets, and I wonder if I've just crossed a line I might never come back from. Without a word, my dearest friend bows stiffly, his glare unwavering, and Akima turns and leaves me in the storage tunnel, taking the air out of it with him.
Chapter 35. Luke. We approach an adobe with the same hand symbol from Kaia's chest on the doorway, and I can already smell incense wafting through the undraped windows, covering up the hint of manure from the goat pens. A young man gives us a large berth as he passes us. Be kind and patient, and remember, Luke, you've been their enemy until now, so maybe smile a little or something. Joe's parting words this morning linger as I take in the drifter's apprehensive expressions. I'm not sure I can even call them that anymore. They aren't drifters any more than we are. They're just stuck in this horrible loop like the rest of us. Drifters or not, I am not going to smile. Maybe it's the dull ache in the base of my skull from too much whiskey last night. But part of me is resentful that the deaths of our people are so easily forgotten. But as I followed Jacob through the plaza to speak with the herbalist, I try and fail to feel any real vehemence. It isn't only frustration and a headache that make me bristle today, though. It's the need to feel the familiar flame of resentment, to rekindle the anger that makes everything we're doing here and everything I'm feeling in this place more manageable. But the more I learn about these people, the more difficult it is to hold on to the fear and distrust that's kept me and dozens of other men glued to our saddles, weathering the deadlands throughout the years. It's why I should have no shame in what I've done, and why anyone would understand. Not everyone, that maddeningly incessant voice reminds me. Because no matter how many times I tell myself I only did what any man in my position would have, especially as a deputy of Sagebrush, I still feel a sickness deep in my gut. It's a guilt I've tried to reconcile and ignore since joining Joe on the return journey. And as these villagers go about their weaving and cooking, and they mumble their prayers of gratitude and mill about the mountain with weary glances and swift, scattering steps, the harder it is to chalk any of it up to duty. A hawk flaps its wings from the stand near a skinning shack, its beady eyes blinking at me as I walk past, curious or scrutinizing. It seems silly to assume a bird cares much about my presence here, and once more I bristle. It feels as if I'm a traitor to my own people by second-guessing my actions in their name. And yet, while June is wasting away back home and we talk of peace, I know how careful I must be to ensure the tides don't turn against us, on top of everything else. A tiny giggle meets my ears before a small girl runs into my leg, stopping me amidst the bustle. Her wavy dark hair hangs in her golden eyes, her cheeks rosy as they lift into a smile, but it falls as she registers who she's run into. A scary so-show that she's likely been warned to stay away from. Monsters in our nightmares. Kaia's words fill my head once more. A young, lithe woman hurries over, scolding the child as she tugs her away from me. The woman's eyes lock on me until the child is out of arm's reach, as if I might grab hold of her and steal her soul. "Scaring the locals already, Luke," Jacob teases. "You've only been let loose for a day." I lift an eyebrow, tearing my gaze from the woman and the little girl retreating to a table covered with spools of wool. "Apparently," I mutter. "Well, behave," Jacob chides. "I'm almost finished." He steps into the hut billowing with incense, leaving me outside to be an oddity for everyone to watch and wonder about. I lean against the side of the adobe, noticing the village has grown more crowded than when we first made our way down after a corn soup and biscuit breakfast. That I'm a part of the midday flurry is surreal when I consider the last time I peered down at these people, it was from a caged window in the cliffs above. Children run around with their colorful clay spirit dolls with black-eyed faces, painted limbs and feathers and woolen bits for hair. An elderly man sitting with a group of children around a low burning flame gestures wildly with his hands and takes a break to gripe at the ones who stare at me too long. A woman nearly runs into the line of basket bearers and brick haulers as they pass because she's too busy watching me instead. It would be amusing if I didn't worry what repercussions Kaia bringing us back might have from the people whose hate makes them blind toward peace. Like Akima. Like me, had I not spent so much time with Kaia and her men. Taking my knife from my pocket, I scrape the dirt from beneath my fingernails, restless under their attention. But the longer I stand there, the more I watch and realize this village isn't much different than home. The scents and colors are brighter and fuller, but everyday life goes on, so does the chatter and activity, as if the world isn't fighting against us outside the safety of these walls. A group of women work at food prepping stations across the plaza. One boils red berries in a clay cauldron, the bitter scent catching in the draft that whips through the cavern. Some of them bind herbs together and drop them into baskets, while others fold dried husks to stack beside them. Unlike Sagebrush, where food is more bountiful than here, these people cook for one another. They share. The realization stings a little, grinding in the fact that Sagebrush's poverty is because the powerful wanted to maintain their lifestyles, leaving the rest in a constant state of necessity. I sheathe my knife, craving movement, when my gaze drifts to an old woman plucking bird feathers at the adobe next door. She's already staring at me, her expression unreadable, and the lines on her face deep. Automatically, I nod in greeting, uncertain what else to do, and instead of looking away or scowling, she nods in return. I don't see fear in the old woman's eyes. I don't see confusion. Instead, she bites her lip as if she's trying to figure me out. We stare at one another for a few heartbeats, and then her cheek tugs slightly, and she smiles, gap-toothed and kind. I huff an amused breath, tilting my head, and for the first time, I feel something I haven't allowed myself to consider much since hearing Joe and Clayton's talk of peace. I feel a true glimmering of hope.
Chapter 36. Kaia. I can hear the elders buzzing with discord inside the orenda as I draw closer. Joe waits for me outside with Una, and I appreciate that she left her colorful, layered dresses in Sagebrush, exchanging them for trousers and loose, long sleeves. She looks more natural, and her presence is disruptive enough without bustles and skirts to make it worse. But when Joe's eyes meet mine, the calm sincerity I've come to rely on is pinched with nervousness, and her hands fidget at her sides as she bites the inside of her cheek. Una leaves us, stepping inside the orenda. They must not smell our fear, I whisper ruefully. A small smile tugs at Joe's lips, and the determination I've seen in her time and time again sharpens. With her level head and expressive, honest eyes, I know we can make the elders see peace the way we do. We have to. Smoke wisps through the hole in the top of the orenda, and I wonder how long they've been waiting for me. Whether it's because of my argument with Akima this morning, or because I've been building up to this moment all my life, I set my jaw in place, square my shoulders, and let out a deep breath as I approach the adobe's entrance, as prepared as I can be for either division or unity among my people. Joe's a stranger to everyone inside that orenda, and if Akima's reaction to having her here is any indication of how this powwow will go, I know having her enter such a sacred space without their invitation would make more waves than we can afford right now. If you want this peace to work, you must make the elders a part of the decision, even if they only think they are. Wait here, I tell her, changing the plan as Una's voice whispers in the back of my mind. I sling the leather satchels filled with food and wools from Sagebrush over my shoulders, and with a final confirming glance at Joe, I push the drape of furs aside and step into the orenda. Instantly, my senses are accosted by the scent of sage and wood smoke, but the room is warm from the heat of the fire flickering in the center. I drop the satchels to the ground, and the moment I turn around, the deeply lined faces of my elders are staring back at me. I take a seat around the circle, cross my legs, and meet Una's gaze so that she can bless the space before we start. Mother of the earth and sky. She raises her face upward and draws circles in the air with burning sage leaves. Gratitude to you for bringing our warriors home. We humbly ask for guidance, and we praise your beauty and greatness. She hums a few more words, the melodic sound of her voice and the intimacy of the room wrapping me in a warm blanket. The instant Una is finished, I feel the heaviness of the elders' gazes on me, burrowing like a rock nestles in the sand. Before I can question myself or my place in this circle, I begin. There is much to tell, I say, finding my voice as I pull the satchels closer. I open them so the elders can see the assorted rainbow of hope stuffed inside. The Soshos did not lie. They have corn and crops in their village that grow in glass shelters, dotting fields as far as the eye can see. There are murmurs and sharp remarks, Muna's voice more grating than the rest of them.
Why did you bring them back with you?
Awan asks, his voice soft and calming, like water rolling over stone.
You have risked much,
Sakima says. Then I hear Muna huff.
How could you put us all in danger again? She grinds out.
My eyes narrow on her of their own accord. If I returned without them, you would not understand why we must accept the peace they offer us.
Child, Sakima says, your heart is pure and your intentions well-meaning. But do you not see the dangerous game you are playing?
I look into his cloudy gray eyes. I am well aware of the danger in bringing them here, but I would not have done so if I didn't think it was necessary. You know how much I've hated the Soshos all my life. I have sworn to avenge my family, and I still mourn for them, for everyone we have lost. But you have not seen what I have seen. I peer around at all of them, taking in their distrusting, perplexed faces. We see the Soshos and fight against them, praying we shoot them down first. But is that not true for all? Don't they do the same? If we can put our fear aside and learn more about one another, is it not possible that there is good in them too? Like us, they are not all warriors. They have young and old and innocent.
What are you saying, child?
Sakima asks. When circumstances change, so do our actions, and one person does not always represent a whole. The world away from here is vast and dangerous in ways I never truly understood, not until I was out there and experienced life the way they do, just as they know nothing about the way we truly live here in the mountain.
They have always taken from us, Muna says, feeling the need to remind me. They have no honor.
And yet, they have taken nothing from us this time. They have only given us food. I pick up a husk of corn as a reminder.
They would say anything they think we wish to hear if they are desperate enough, Muna grumbles.
Though I hate to admit my weakness, I know I have to tell them. Luke saved me while we were out there. My gaze shifts around at the 4 expressive faces. He helped keep our warriors safe when we were in a foreign place, surrounded by men and women who not only feared us, but were bred to hate and hurt us. No harm came to us in Sagebrush. There are a dozen possible horrors we might have faced, but we experienced none. So far, they have been true to their word. The elders sit in silence, their reeling thoughts visible in their pensive faces. I know I am temperamental, unlike my mother, and I will never be as great a warrior as my father. I know you think me a lost child and uncertain in my path, but I know in my heart that this is the right thing to do. I brought the Soshos back so you can hear what I have heard, so you can see some of what I have seen. We are a peaceful people, and it is in our nature to seek out the good, especially when we have so much to gain. We've always wanted unification, so why not extend it beyond our tribes and to the Soshos?
You assume far too much, Muna scolds.
An agreement centuries ago between like-minded people means little when we are talking about the fate of our village today, about those who have slaughtered hundreds of us over the years. The elders look at her, consternation etched on their features. But it's Muna's words that have them scowling, and she realizes her mistake too late.
You do not respect the unification of our ancestors, Muna? Una asks. Of our people?
I refrain an audible sigh as the elders finally see how her hatred for me, and for the Soshos, blinds her loyalties to our village, to them. Do not forget, I tell her. I was in Sagebrush. You were not. I have met with the Soshos and know much of their village. I could have promised them peace without consulting you at all, if I'd wished to. Muna's glare sharpens, but I look to the rest of the group. I know I ask much of you, but will you give me permission to bring Jo, their leader, down here so she can explain?
Certainly not, Muna screeches. She is a stranger, let alone of sacred blood.
But hers is the only opposing voice in the room. I glance between the other three. Does Muna speak for all of you then? I ask. Do you not wish to hear what the woman has to say? Una nods once and lifts her palm. Sakima and Awan do the same. Everyone but Muna is in agreement, and I nod. Jo, I say, louder this time, knowing she can likely hear us. The Orenda is silent as Jo brushes the furs hanging over the doorway aside and steps in. I stand and gesture to a spot between Una and me for her to sit. Hands clasped in front of her and eyes shifting around the circle, Jo takes a seat. Thank you for allowing me to meet with you, she says, peering around at their scrutinizing faces. All my life I have wondered about you. I have heard stories, and yet none of this is what I ever pictured or expected. They blink at her, all of them rapt as she begins, so I don't interrupt. I know it is difficult to trust why we are here.
We know why you are here,
Muna says, the venom in her voice palpable, and I have to suppress an eye roll. Jo looks directly at her. Yes, we need water. For centuries we've needed water. That hasn't changed, only worsened. The men who have led our people since the shift have been killing and stealing in order to keep our people alive. But it's more than that. They've fought to keep the people ignorant of many truths, and have taken too much for themselves in the process. But those men are gone now. My people now know that you are not the enemy, and that you are perhaps our only means of surviving. That is why we humbly ask for your help.
What proof? Una asks her. Proof of peace and change.
I am proof, Jo explains. I have lived in fear and in shadows all my life because of those men. I have watched them kill innocent people, even our own people, because it suited them. I would still be hidden away if things weren't different now. I don't want you to live in fear any longer, just as I don't want my people to live in fear. The winds worsen, the lands continue to rot, affecting both of us, and so we must work together if we are all going to survive whatever comes next.
Easy words. Fear. Change. Hope,
Sakima says, but not unkindly. True words, Jo replies. Even your resources dwindle, but we are willing to share our produce and livestock, just like that calf we brought you in good faith, in exchange for knowledge of the water so we can continue to produce, so we can all thrive. We are asking for your help, for peace, even after all of our wrongs toward your people. And we will trade with you, help you fill your bellies, and provide what we can for your village.
You want us to show you water,
Awan says, his voice thoughtful and his eyes narrowed.
But once you know, what stops you from taking more than we offer?
What's to stop us from doing so now? Jo says quickly. Our village is much larger. We could storm this mountain and find the water source for ourselves. It would take time and we would lose some of our people. Innocent people. But we could if we wanted to. Jo says the word so surely my stomach sours a little imagining it. But I know she's right. Her able bodies vastly outweigh our own. Muna hisses.
You think you are better? Stronger?
Jo shakes her head once more. No, you are simply outnumbered by desperate people. Is it not better to work together now, before things worsen and I will no longer be able to control them?
See, violence. Muna seethes. Silent threats.
I abhor violence, Jo says vehemently, and suddenly, as if she remembers composure, She clears her throat and repositions herself beside me. Her gaze shifts fervently over the elders' faces before she twists slightly, her back to them. Kaia, would you please? Jo begins to pull the hem of her shirt from her trousers, and I realize what she's trying to do. Holding my breath, I help Jo lift her shirt, equally intrigued and reticent at what we will find. My fingers brush the tight garment beneath, and as she reaches back to untie it, my breath catches in my throat. I gently grab her hand, stilling it. The orenda is silent, save for Una's gasp. Jo does not need to undress more to see what hides underneath. Scars fan up from under her garment, inching up her back into her neck and shoulders. Marred flesh that is long healed, but as horrifying as it is engrossing to stare at. I lower Jo's shirt, refusing to let them gawk at her any longer. Thank you, she whispers. And readjusting her shirt, she turns back to face everyone. Her cheeks are flushed, but her eyes are clear and fixed, the determination I admire glimmering. I meet my grandmother's watery gaze and see sympathy and sadness in her eyes. Then I survey the others. All of them are taken aback, and if I'm not mistaken, Muna looks almost as if she's ashamed of herself. There is much violence in Sagebrush, Jo says more soberly this time. And I will see an end to it. You have my word. As long as Clayton and I are at the helm, you will not have to worry about lies and trickery. You will not be in danger from us. We know what it is to live at the hand of the men who came before us, and it will not happen again. Not in my lifetime. Jo tugs the leather satchels closer. We have found some ways to thrive over the years, cultivating everything we were left with after the shift to the best of our ability. Where I come from, what you produce and what skills you have is what makes you powerful and important. It's what has kept my family and a few others alive for generations. She passes a loaf of bread around the circle, hope and a bit of excitement, it would seem, lighting her eyes. There are golden wheat fields where many men spend their days sowing and plucking. Una lifts her brow and takes the loaf as it's passed to her, lifting it to her nose. Even a few days old, it still smells delicious. And there are 2 farms of cattle and sheep, ours and Mr. Trainer's. We have plenty of wool and leather. Clayton's mother has a greenhouse of teas and flowers. Estate gardeners have cultivated them for generations. We have as much glass as you could need, melted down from all the sand, for beads and tools perhaps. Jo continues on and on, regaling the elders with their strange ways of living in the desert, and how it could benefit us. If the elders are overwhelmed, they don't look it. If they are distrusting, I can only see intrigue. I followed our cattle once, Jo tells them. I found the only stream that passes by Sagebrush. It keeps our farms green and our animals fed, but it is turning to nothing. We don't know why. Even with our first rainstorm in over a year, the water continues to diminish. Soon there will not be enough for our fields or our livestock. Or for us. I let her words settle for a few heartbeats only. What say you all to peace? I ask. To a partnership, Jo amends, surprising me. We could trade with one another, help each other, not just have peace. Sakima holds up his palm, his gray eyes resting on me a moment before he speaks in the resounding silence.
What is it they request from us?
His question is directed at me, not bothering with English.
We have water, yes, but it belongs to the mountain.
We would help them find the source of their river, hopefully discover why the water rushes here, yet barely makes it to their village. We have constant rainstorms and snow, and yet they have nothing. To my surprise, Muna remains quiet as the elders discuss the pros and cons. Her distrust and distaste is clear, but she is outnumbered, so she saves her bitterness and holds her tongue. Jo watches them with hope gleaming in her green-flecked eyes, the same hope I feel in my heart and hear in the elders' voices. Finally, Sakima nods and glances to Joe, then me. "Peace," he says, and for the 10th time I hold my breath. "Peace," Una seconds. And once we have Awan's agreement, it's 3 out of 4 majority rules, and there is no reason to continue around the circle. I withhold my smile, but it's a huge victory to have what will be the entire village working with us in this. Joe and I exchange a look of relief, and she stays to join us for a closing chant as the conversation comes to an end. "Many praises. May the spirits watch over us and bless this unification." Una's words flow over me, her blessing of this peace making me feel as if I'm suspended in the air like Hawk herself, weightless in a way I've never felt before, and strong. When Una is finished with her prayers, we all stand. Some of the elders speak to Joe, trusting her enough to allow their curiosities to guide their speech. But Una is watching only me. She smiles as she climbs to her feet, and I see the pride in her lined face and in the marigold color of her eyes, and my heart soars a little higher. "When all of this turns to ash," Muna hisses quietly behind me. Her voice is like a cold rain, dousing a comforting flame. "It will be your fault and rest on your shoulders." That she can see nothing beyond her narrow-minded, unfounded hatred makes me want to prove how wrong she is even more, and an overwhelming sense of indignation fills me. I turn to Muna. "You're right. It will all be on my shoulders, just as your lack of solutions over the years has resulted in this." I gesture to Joe, speaking with the others, and feel a bolstered sense of purpose. "And since I will be your Etsy," I say quietly, "I will continue to bear your burdens, and in return, you will show me respect." Muna's brow twitches. "Etsy, you've refused our customs. Or in all of your reckless adventures, have you forgotten that?" "You're right," I admit, and Muna's mouth curves slightly in satisfaction. I lift my chin. "Let us remedy that, shall we?" Her smirk vanishes, and surprisingly, a sense of ease fills me. "Then it's time," Una says beside me. Her eyes are shimmering as she looks at me. "We must light the torch."
Chapter 37. Luke. "I've got what I need," Jacob says after his second day of stilted questions and observations with the herbalists. He steps out with a bundle of herbs he wraps in a thin hide of some sort, his notebook tucked under one arm. The bundled leaves are dried, so much so they're no longer green or brown, but withered and almost black. "That one was lively," I muse, glancing at the middle-aged woman in the doorway, watching us as we turn back for the plaza. Jacob cracks a grin. "She's young compared to the woman from yesterday. I think she was happy someone took her seriously." The redness of his cheeks makes me wonder if that's not all she appreciated. Amused, I fall back into step beside him, grateful to be done in the marketplace. Though I no longer bristle at the villagers' gawks and murmurs, I'm tired of trying to ignore them, too. "Where to now?" I ask. "Back to Kaia's," Jacob says, distracted. I eye his profile, pinched in thought. "I thought you'd be pleased, Jake. Your notebook is nearly filled with information." Jacob shakes his head. "I need to replicate the tinctures, make sure I know what I'm doing before I get everyone's hopes up back home." There's a somberness to his tone I haven't heard before, a reluctance. "I don't envy the pressure you're under," I tell him, a surge of gratitude for what he might be doing for June, and for me in return, tightening my chest. "But I do appreciate it." We stop short as Jo heads toward us in the crowd. She's wearing her trousers again today, which I'd heard stories about for years, and she's also wearing a fur vest like Kaia's, something Una likely gave her to stave off the chill. While the villagers are used to the constant cold, and wear basic tunics and deerskin smocks and pants. I am like Joe, too slowly getting used to the temperatures of the mountain. She waves when she sees us. "I was heading back to check on the horses," she says, her gaze darting to the tunnel beyond that leads to the stables. Her expectant gaze meets Jacob's, and curiosity gleams bright in the torchlight reflecting in her hazel eyes. "Have you gotten what you need?" "Yes," he says, clutching his notebook to his chest. "I believe so." Relief softens Joe's expression. "That's wonderful. I'm hoping Una can supervise while I attempt to recreate the tincture myself," Jacob continues. "I don't want to waste precious ingredients, but I do want to ensure that I can do this on my own before I leave the mountain." Joe smiles with appreciation. "You better get in line then. Toby is gobbling up all of Una's attention." Her open expression wavers slightly. "He misses Dottie, still blames himself for not being able to protect her. I think that's why he's come. He wants to be helpful, to protect me." I nod, remembering the news of Toby riding to safety at the Mason farm the night Dottie died. He was covered in her blood. Not wanting another depressing memory to resurface, I clear my throat. There's still the pressing question of the water, too, and I have yet to see anything other than earthenware pitchers filled with it. "Did Kaia say when we'll be taken to the water source?" I ask, my eyes shifting to the adobe tucked away from the plaza they'd disappeared into the past couple of days. "Tomorrow," Joe says carefully. I'm not sure what warrants such a look, and my eyebrows raise in question. "Elon is occupied with ceremony preparations at the moment," Joe explains, and her gaze fixes on a large torch in the center of the plaza. "Ceremony preparations?" I glance from the torch back to Joe. I'd noticed Elon put the torch up last night, and though it's taller than the rest of them and it's centrally placed in the plaza, I thought it no different than the other firelit torches scattered throughout the cavern. Only now do I realize the base is etched with symbols, and the villagers do seem more animated than usual. "In 5 days," Joe begins, "once the torch burns down to the totem, Kaia's claiming ceremony will begin." "Claim?" I hear the high-pitched surprise from my throat. "Claiming ceremony? It sounds barbaric." With a throaty laugh, Joe shakes her head. "It's nothing so horrible as what you're thinking. It's to become their Etsy," Jacob says, matter of fact. "Apparently she's finally accepted." I stare at the central torch, watching the flames dancing high. Tarek said Kaia refused to be their leader. Now that she's accepted, I know what this must mean to her people, even if I feel an inexplicable disappointment. I want to ask what exactly being Etsy entails and how things will change now, but I know I shouldn't care. "I didn't know she'd changed her mind," I say instead. "Well, you might have if you'd stopped brooding," Jacob jibes. "You've been in a fouler mood than usual, Luke. Maybe no one's wanted to talk to you." I glower at him. I haven't been brooding. I've been helping Tarek move the food to proper storage locations and following you around, though I'm still uncertain why you asked me to. I've been keeping busy so that I don't go stir-crazy in this place. But even if all of that is true, I have been keeping my distance from Kaia since the words we exchanged on the ledge our first night back. Mostly because things are unsettling between us. A constant pull between hope and regret. Distance is best if I want to keep things smooth between our people, especially since Joe mentioned the elders accepted our offer of a partnership and peace. Still, a large part of me wishes Kaia had been the one to tell me about the ceremony, even if she owes me absolutely nothing. "You know what I think?" Joe says conspiratorially. "I think Kaia's sudden determination has something to do with that one over there." Her eyes narrow on a short, older woman walking beside Akima. The woman's gray hair is adorned more ornately than the other villagers, more like Kaia's, with thick braids over her scalp that fall the length of her back, peppered with feathers. She is an elder, I realize. With each purposeful stride and a scowl I'm almost certain is permanently etched in place, I see the resemblance plainly. Hakima's mother. She looks like she's dissatisfied with life itself. I thought Hakima was fearsome, but together their cool, hard stares make my spine stiffen. I guess I see where he gets it, I mutter. Oh, Joe practically chirps. Rock-hard glowers remind me, she jokes. I wanted to meet the stonemason. I have some mining questions for him now that the mill is open again. She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Jacob, you've been among the people the longest. Have you met him? They seem to be adjusted to you well enough, and I'd like an introduction. Jacob agrees, but my attention is drawn away from everything when I see Kaia leaving a villa next to hers on the cliff, where the important clan members live, I've begun to realize. Though her shoulders are squared and she walks with an air of purpose, she's dressed no differently than usual. She doesn't look like Etsy. She looks like herself, and I'm not sure why that surprises me. I'm about to follow Jacob and Joe when Kaia stops and stares down at her people, hands clasped behind her back. Though her stance exudes importance, she seems conflicted. After a few heartbeats, she turns toward the shadows and disappears between two boulders, as if she's walked right into the stones. Intrigued, I make my way through the plaza. When I get to the smooth-edged boulders, I find a darkened, narrow path. There are no torches lighting the way, and I have no idea where the passageway leads, but I use the walls to guide me. A whirring noise echoes in the tunnel, and a dank scent fills my nose. Just when I think the path will never end, I see a pinprick of light ahead. I'm uncertain what I might find on the other side, but my curiosity gets the better of me, and when I step out of the tunnel, I stop in amazement, overwhelmed, almost dizzy, as I watch blue water cascade from a hole in the stones above, illuminated by faint daylight. It glides down the rocks, pattering into a crystalline pool unlike anything I've ever seen. The sound itself is almost deafening, resounding through the cavern. My feet move of their own accord, stopping at the ledge of the pool, and crouching down, I dip my hand in the frigid water. It's nearly freezing, but so clear I can see the bottom where boulders glow beneath the surface. Get in. I jolt to my feet, my heart racing as I remember Kaia. She sits at the water's edge, off to the side, her clothes wet. I didn't mean to intrude. I saw you disappear into the rocks. I was curious. She wrings the water out of her long, loose tresses, black as a starless sky at midnight, then flings her hair over her shoulder. My heart skitters and stops. The tunic she wears clings to her body in ways I should never be allowed to see, and heat burns through me, a heat I should never feel looking at my sworn enemy. I clear the surprise from my throat and tear my eyes away from her. You act like you have never seen water like this, she says, oblivious to what stirs inside me. Because you never have, she seems to realize aloud. Get in. It is refreshing. I blink at it, uncertain if the water or Kaia's wet form in my peripheral is more tempting to stare at. I don't know if I can swim. Come. Her tunic lifts to her waist as she motions me over to where she sits. Stand on the stones. You're not. I start, but I'm uncertain how to finish. I gesture to her body. I shouldn't be in here, I finally manage. Her brow puckers and she peers down at herself. I am clothed. Yes, but... I shake my head. Somehow wet and fully clothed, Kaia seems less presentable than the ladies at the saloon. Have you never seen a woman's body before? She asks with a lilt of amusement. Of course I have, I say too quickly, and glance at her. I've visited Miss Hannah's saloon more times than I would ever want June to know about. But that doesn't mean... You can leave if you wish, Kaia says more brusquely. But we do not worry about things like that here. My eyes shoot to hers, and I want to say I find it hard to believe Una would want Kaia in here with me, tunic wet and clinging to the curves of her breasts. Then I recall Kaia wrapped in a towel the day she dropped the oils on Mrs. Cunningham's rug. She didn't bother to blush then, and she isn't blushing now. And while it feels inappropriate to be alone with her like this, I can't bring myself to leave either. Swallowing thickly, I finally concede, and with my focus on the way the rippling surface of the water kisses the stone walls, I move closer. Where does the water come from, and where does it go? Kaia braces her hands on the ledge and peers up at the falling water. There are rivers in the mountain, always flowing, though I know not where they lead. Elon knows such things. Here, she says, sliding into the water. She points to where she was sitting as her black hair and tunic float in the blue water around her. Step here on this rock. Suddenly too eager to fully immerse myself in the pool, I chuck off my boots. I second-guess removing my trousers, but I'm not sure what other choice I have. I'll need dry clothes to put on when I'm finished. Decidedly, I remove my pants, thankful for my breeches, then pull my shirt over my head. My chest tightens as the cold assaults every nerve ending on my skin, and I step onto the rock. Jesus! I hiss. I knew it was cold, but my body screams at me to climb back into my warm, dry clothes. Amusement flashes across Kaia's face, but I can tell she's trying not to laugh at me. Do not think about it. You will grow used to it as I am. I don't think you understand, I tell her. It's rarely cold enough to wear a coat in Sagebrush. This is like stepping into the snow naked with bare feet. She simply stares at me, waiting for me to man up. The number of times this woman has made me feel inadequate in the scant time I've known her is maddening. But I'll regret not trying it. With an exhale, I ball my hands into fists and step onto a smooth stone so the water surpasses my knees. Before I can change my mind, I sink deeper, the pool lapping at my chest. I feel frozen to the bone as my teeth begin to chatter, but I force myself to ignore it as I stare down at my hands. They're distorted and weightless in the water. Move your arms, like this, Kaia says softly, waving hers slowly through the water. It undulates around her. It will keep you steady. She lifts her feet up so that she's floating, her moving arms keeping her in place. With a barely there smile, she submerges herself, and bubbles follow her as she swims away from the shallow area. She glides away like an arrow, her black hair fanning around her as she pauses for each stroke. I've never seen anything so mesmerizing. Kaia's underwater longer than it seems possible, and my heartbeat thumps with unease until finally she breaches the surface in front of me. Rivulets catch on her eyelashes and roll down the slope of her nose, rounding over her cheeks as she smiles slightly. Her eyes are the most impossible blue-green in the water's reflection, her face almost glowing. Kaia's not only beautiful, she's the most captivating thing I've ever seen. And I hate it. Gritting my teeth, I pry my gaze from her, disappointed in myself for allowing the lines to become so blurred between us. "Why is the water this color?" I ask, watching the way it flows through my fingers as I move my arms back and forth, like she does. "From the melting snow. Not all the pools are blue, but here, close to the peak." She points to a pinprick of light emanating from between two stones. "The water is pure, and there is light in some places." "There are other pools like this?" She nods. "I know of some. This," she says, "is my favorite. My mother brought me here to bathe as a child." "Everyone comes here?" Kaia shakes her head. "Only my family. Cole and I would sneak down here to hide from our lessons," she says fondly, though her eyes are unfocused as her thoughts drift. My jaw clenches, but not from the cold, and a hollowness fills me in Kaia's thoughtful silence. "I miss him," she continues, and though her voice is only a whisper against the falling water, it's all I hear. Finally, she blinks, stirring the memory haze shadowing her eyes, and looks at me. "The people in my village stay below. These are sacred caves." A lump lodges in my throat as I realize I'm the last person in the world she'd want in here with her, if she knew what I'd done. "There are other pools for them," Kaia adds. There's a longing in her voice that makes me think she wishes she used them as well. Knowing her education was different from other children, I can imagine the rest of her childhood differed greatly as well. "You really don't like being different from them, do you?" I've noticed the way her brow crinkles with surprise and she smiles tightly every time she's addressed by someone in the village. "I am not different from them. That is the problem," she says forcefully. "Oh, you're different, Kaia. Trust me." I say the words, not thinking them through completely, but once they're out, I know they're true. Her eyes narrow as if she's taken it as an insult. "You are strong," I explain. "The women in my village are either whores or they have back-breaking jobs that pay them little to nothing. Jo and her family, they're the exception. You've seen our people. You, though, you have a warrior's heart. You're a leader. You fight for your people instead of following impractical traditions. And," I hedge, "you're going to be Etsy now, too." Kaia's not swayed, though. She shakes her head, her scowl deepening. "I am a fool. What happened in the canyon? I knew better. I endangered myself, and you, and now Shade is gone because of it." The anger in her voice is brittle, but if the last couple of weeks have taught me anything, it's that anger is only a mask for something that burns and aches much deeper. "We've all been fools at one point or another," I promise her, running my wet fingers through my hair. All I can think about is where my own anger has led me. "It doesn't mean you're not those other things, too." Kaia doesn't argue this time. Instead, her gaze lingers on me, and there's an extended moment, a new sort of silence between us, and neither of us look away. I realize how closely we've drifted together with only a few inches between us. Our arms undulate in the water, and her hair floats around us like a wave of Miss Scarlet's finest black velvet, luring me closer, until suddenly Kaia splashes me. I blink my eyes open, gaping at her as water drips from my face. "What was that for?" "You have not gone underwater," she says, her eyebrows lifting in a dare. She splashes me again. "Go on." Unable to resist, I splash her back, chuckling as she turns her face away and hits the water back at me. I've never heard a laugh like hers before, and I've never heard her laugh at all. It's light and feminine, and enlivens her face, and in that moment I can see a happiness in her I hadn't realized was lacking until now. Kaia swims away in retreat, and I take a few steps toward her, determined not to let her get away from me so easily. I splash at her back, her giddy, panicked laugh only encouraging me closer. "Bigger hands mean bigger splashes, Kaia," I taunt, splashing her again. She holds hers up in defeat. "Okay." Smiling, she faces me and rises partially out of the water. Her chest heaves as she catches her breath, and water trickles down her tattooed neck and chest, disappearing below her shirt. Blinking the water from her lashes, Kaia's gaze drifts downward, raking over my torso as if she's studying it. Slowly, she places her palm on my chest, covering one of my scars and giving rise to more goosebumps over my skin. "An arrow did this?" she asks, breathless. Guilt sours my stomach. "No," I admit. "A knife wound from a drunken fight a few years ago. It was the first time I'd ever been that drunk, and the last. The truth was, I'd never been personally accosted by her people. Every nightmare and violent, hate-filled daydream I've ever had stemmed from stories and tall tales." Kaia's slender fingers press more firmly, her palms searing against my cold skin, and I welcome the heat. I want her to envelop me, even if everything inside me screams I shouldn't. She has no idea what she does to me, and how utterly undone I'm beginning to feel in her presence. As if touching a man so intimately is nothing out of the ordinary, she brushes the damp hair from my face, running her thumb over my eyebrow. I clench my jaw and hold my breath. "And this one?" she whispers. "Nothing so impressive," I say roughly and lick my lips. "I tripped the first night I was out on patrol, running from an oncoming sandstorm." Kaia's brow knits together, and her hand falls back into the water. "How old were you?" 14. Her floating tunic brushes against my arm, but her deepening frown is what holds my attention. "What?" I breathe. "You have been a warrior since you were 14. That is young." "I've done everything I could to help fight against your people since the moment the old marshal would let me." My words sound harsh, but they are true, and remind us both of our complicated situation. Kaia watches me a moment, her expression contemplative, but she says nothing. And when her silence stretches on and on, I can't stand it anymore. "What about you?" I feel unsteady under her gaze. I'm not sure what I see in it. Sympathy or uncertainty, perhaps. "How long have you been fighting for your people?" I float away from the intoxication I feel in being so close to her. "I have never fought for my people," she admits, and shame colors her cheeks. "Elon has seen to it that I am removed from every possible danger, though I have seen what happens. Telling the truth will risk all we've accomplished between our people, but I can't help the burning need to tell Kaia everything, to release myself from the sickening guilt that coils in my gut. Tell her, do it now, because it will only get harder." "I am not as strong as you think," she says quietly, and the regret in her voice sends a protective determination through me. "Kaia, sometimes," she continues, "I want to run away and never be Etsy, to live a life without scrutiny, because I will never be as my parents were.
I want too much in my life.
But another part of you won't leave your people either. Kaia huffs a sigh, lifting her shoulder in defeat.
Where would I go? This is my village, my life, whether I want it or not.
As if my hand has a will of its own, I reach gently for her chin and force her eyes to meet mine. You can be afraid and a leader. The dark curves of her eyebrows furrow. Joe, Jacob, me, we see it in everything you do. You left this mountain for your people twice, and now you're forging a peace that never would have happened without you. A peace that provides your people with food and safety. So you can be afraid all you want, but you're already their Etsy, Kaia, and you don't need a ceremony to prove it. Her lip quivers with unspoken words or fear or something else entirely. But as her glistening eyes search mine, I know I can't tell her the truth. There's already too much uncertainty and too much emotion shadowing her gaze, and my truth will break her. When I realize my fingers linger on her chin, I drop my hand, averting my gaze. I should go, I say, and climb out of the water. The air assaults my skin, and chills run down my spine, but I welcome it. Kaia steps out behind me and dresses quietly. The silence between us isn't buzzing this time, but thick with an awkward tension I want to flee. Once my pants and long sleeves are on, I tug my boots onto my feet, anxious to get out of here before I can screw things up even more. Kaia's wet hair hangs over her fur vest, but once she's fully clothed, she heads into the passage with little more than a fleeting glance. I follow behind her, using the sound of her footsteps and the wall to find my way back to the cavern. The bustling village meets my ears as we emerge, and Kaia turns to me suddenly.
Apologies, she says in a rush, for what I said to you the other night.
My head tilts in confusion. She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear.
You are not a monster.
Yes, we are, Kaia.
No,
she says, stepping closer. Her eyes are wide and imploring.
I mean, I know that your people have done horrible things, but that is not you. You are not your people. You are not responsible for their acts against us, against my family.
My palms begin to sweat, though my veins fill with the familiar chill of regret.
Everything, she continues, everything is changing, and I struggle to understand it sometimes.
Kaia, I begin, shame chasing away every excuse and reason I've had for keeping this from her. The moment I hear an angry shout and see Akima rushing toward us, everything else is forgotten.
That is a wrap on part 2 of Earth and Ember. I hope you are enjoying the ride so far. Like I said, Luke and Kaia have a special place in my heart. I will not get sentimental, but I hope you are enjoying their adventure thus far regardless. So be sure you like and subscribe so that you're notified on all the future books and installments that are coming out. And if there is a lull between releases, be sure to look at my YouTube channel because I also have other series available as well. All right, without further ado, I will see you part 3 of Earth and Ember. Until then, happy reading and listening adventures.